Can I get Supervisor Gonzalez to do the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. Can I get an acknowledgement of certificate of posting?
So move.
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, 5-0. So I see, so we're on to item D, presentations, recognitions. I see there are none. CEO Espinoza?
We have none.
Okay.
And-
On to item E, department head announcements.
Thank you,
CEO
Mr.
Espinoza?
Chair. Yes, we do have some announcements. I'd like to invite up Abraham Prado out of our planning department within RMA. He has an announcement.
Thank you, CAO Espinoza. Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. I have two brief announcements for the community, for the board and the community today. The first one, I would like to announce that the RMA, in collaboration with the Monterey Bay Economic Partnership, MBEP, the San Benito County Council of Governments, City of Hollister, and the City of San Juan Bautista, will be hosting a workshop on the San Benito County housing element, mainly on what the housing element is and why the voice of the public matters. The housing element update on why it is so important to hear the public's voice on this important document. This will be a hybrid workshop via Zoom and in person, and it's going to be held on Thursday, September 29th. We're going to have flyers up in the foyer in the lobby. On Thursday, September 29th, in a couple of weeks, at the Epicenter building downtown in Hollister. It's at 440 San Benito Street, and it will begin at 6 p.m. There will be snacks, kids' coloring activities, and translation would be provided as well. And the flyers are in the lobby for anybody who's interested, and for those who want to look into the registration if they want to go through Zoom and not in person. And the other announcement that I would like to make on behalf of the RMA department, we are very happy to announce that we have recruited a code enforcement officer. Yeah, we're very, very happy. And so she will start at the end of this month, Ms. Robin Leland. And she has quite a bit of experience in Monterey County, working in South County, and she also has law enforcement experience. So we are very thrilled and happy to have her. She accepted the county offer, and she will begin later this month. And so that concludes our announcements for me at this moment. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Abraham.
You're welcome.
Yeah, we have another announcement out of RMA. I'd like to invite up our interim RMA director, Steve Luke.
Good morning, Chair and Board of Supervisors. I do have a couple announcements also. One of the announcements is kind of a status update regarding the work we're doing with the on-call consulting firm that is helping us apply for grants. And that was one of the directions from the board. And County Administrator's Office was to try to take advantage of all the available federal, state money that's out there. And we just did our first application, at least for Public Works, for the Fallon-Fairview intersection. And so we submitted the grant. So there's also other departments also submitting grants. So I just thought it was helpful to know that that's moving forward. And on a side note, we actually do have additional funds for Fallon and Fairview because that's kind of a priority intersection for the county. So if the grant doesn't, if those funds aren't allocated to us, we actually do have funds that have been allocated, but it'd be nice if we don't have to use our own funding for that project. But either way, the project will move forward. Another piece of information that's worth mentioning is there's a project that's been, I think, worked on for, I don't know, over 10 years, Union Road Bridge Project. And so we received some real good news this morning from the federal government through Caltrans that the county was awarded $37 million for that project. Wow. And that's everything that we asked for the project construction, which is extremely good news. And So I just want to give some kudos to our county staff, our great consultant team, and also just for folks that don't know, Caltrans, they're kind of the middleman on these type of big bridge projects and all our bridge projects, and they have a group called Local Assistance. And so I just want to give a shout out to the Caltrans Local Assistance Group because they've been extremely helpful. So that's what my announcements for this morning. Thank you.
Great news, Steve. Appreciate that.
Great news.
Yeah.
Thank you, Steve.
Thanks for all your hard work. I'd like to bring up Griselle. Not sure if Rachel wants to come up, but it's fine if Griselle. It's up to you guys. Griselle, go ahead.
Hi, good morning. The Behavioral Health Department has a couple announcements that we want to make to the board. We wanted to announce that in partnership with the San Benito County Office of Education, we have applied for a grant through our Mental Health Student Services Act. It's the Mental Health Student Services Act grant, and it's going to, if awarded, it is being awarded to us. We're going to bring it to the board next board meeting, so you'll be seeing that on the agenda. And it's going to award about $2.5 million over 5 years for us to be able to expand mental health services at the schools and to districts in the county. So it's not just in town, but also to our rural schools. And we're very excited about this partnership, and we've had quite the amount of meetings with the San Benito County Office of Ed to prepare for this, and we're going to continue having these meetings with them throughout our 5-year partnership. And then our second announcement that we wanted to make to the board is to make you aware that we are very prematurely exploring acquiring a type of youth wellness drop-in center, very similar to our Esperanza Center that we have downtown, which houses right now both youth and adult programming, but we would like to explore the possibility of having a youth programming location specifically for youth in our community. And this was based on community participation data that we received throughout our outreach events, as is required by our MHSA funding. So hopefully we have more information for you to come as we prematurely explore that option. And then once we have a little bit more information, we will come and update the board with it. So, thank you.
Thank you, Griselle. Appreciate that. Like to invite up Vanessa Delgado. She is our clerk of the board. She has an introduction to make.
Good morning, board and community members. I'm Vanessa, the clerk of the board, and I'd like to introduce our new assistant clerk of the board, Denise Rivas. And if she'd like to say a couple words.
Hi, good morning. My name is Denise Rivas, and I'm a graduate from UC Santa Cruz with a bachelor's in psychology. Born and raised in Los Angeles, and it's a pleasure to have this opportunity, and I'm really looking forward to serving the community and the board. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Welcome aboard.
Welcome.
I also wanted to mention, I think I've highlighted this prior, but we have been working diligently on grants, and we actually did a submittal for the broadband through RCRC, and we did submit that in time. I wanted to make that a formal announcement. So we're on track, and we're working hard. So want to thank staff and everyone behind that. There is one edit out of administration, item number 2.3 on our agenda on consent. There's just a date change. On item number 3, it should be September 27th, 2022 board meeting, not the October 11th. So just one edit on consent. With that, Mr. Chair,
To what date, Ray?
it's going to be next board meeting, September 27th.
That's what it says.
It actually says October. Go ahead.
I think it got updated.
It's within the staff report and the item 3, but.
Yes, so good morning, supervisors. So there's just an edit to the amendment to staff recommendation number 3. We had pushed it out to October 11th due to a deadline with the newspaper. However, we were able to submit the summary of the ordinance to the newspaper on time. Therefore, we're returning to the September 27th board meeting for the adoption of the ordinance.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just within the staff. There's one area in there. It's just a typo. Yep.
All right. Thanks for that clarification.
Yeah, no worries. I believe that's all. Oh, we have an announcement out of our library. I'd like to invite
Sorry for the last minute announcement, but we just found out, good morning, board and members of the public. Just wanted to let you know, we found out late yesterday afternoon that under the leadership of you all and our CAO and our county librarian, Nora Conti, who's at a conference right now, which is why she's not making this announcement, we were awarded the Building Forward Library Infrastructure Grant in the amount of $9.9 million.
Wow.
Got it?
Yes.
And it comes from the California State Library. It's part of the the California Budget Act of 2021, SB 129. And it's going to be for anybody who might be unfamiliar with the grant. It's for the renovation and expansion of the library for life safety projects. So we'll have more details forthcoming in the next couple of weeks, but just wanted to share the happy news with everybody.
Great news.
Fantastic.
Great
Fantastic.
job.
Amazing.
Thank you.
All great news today.
Oh, and
Yeah.
Are we done?
I wanted to thank Steve and Karen from RMA and the administration team and just everybody for all their great help and work on this. It was a hard application to turn in, but everybody did a lot of teamwork and it was really great. So thank everybody.
Yes, I concur. That's great news. Well, that's all the announcements we have, Mr. Chair. I'll hand it back to you.
Thank you, Sierra Espinoza. So on to item F, board announcements. Who would like to start? Supervisor
I'll
Tiffany.
start. Good morning, everyone. Seems like it's been quite a while since we had a meeting. Just some meetings that I've attended over the last 2 to 3 weeks, I guess. With Supervisor Gonzalez, County Facilities meeting. We had, seems like a long time ago, but Supervisor Dirks and I hosted a landfill committee meeting in the evening to get further input on the landfill. Supervisor Hernandez and I had an economic development meeting where we, I think, have pretty much finalized what's going to be brought to the full board in regards to a incentive program to try to attract new businesses and to attract further investments by existing businesses in our community. Also, I attended with Supervisor Kosmicki intergovernmental meeting. And then Supervisor Hernandez and I have been in a number of meetings with county staff and Clifford Moss on putting together an education program for the November election and specifically on Measure Q. Also, just wanted to mention that I serve on the LAFCO board along with Supervisor Gonzalez. Last week we had a LAFCO meeting, and it was the final meeting for our executive officer, Bill Nicholson, who has served the city and the county in LAFCO for the last 6 years and I think done a great job. So we said farewell to Bill. He's finishing up a few things here at the end of this month, but that was his last meeting. And we are actively in the process of looking for a new executive officer. It's a part-time position, but a very important position. LAFCO is a relatively unknown commission, but a very important commission in our community. Hanny Ring is helping us in terms of the initial search, and we're going to be going full speed ahead in that area. I also continue to work on water issues in my district. There's a number of them, and we're going to have a so-called global meeting with all the different players to try to address some of the issues to solve some long-term problems for Stonegate, Tres Pinos, and now the Best Road Mutual Water Company, which is having some major water quality issues. So that's all as far as meetings. As far as future agenda items, the only thing that I saw, and maybe I missed it, but I know that we had talked about in our governance special meeting to have an agenda item where we would talk about our key goals by the end of the year. So unless it's already somewhere going to be coming on a coming agenda, I would like to have that on the agenda where we would, as a board, we would specifically talk about our key goals before the end of the year, so we have something to target to try to hopefully wrap up before we get to the end of 2022. So that's my one future agenda item.
Just a little clarification, Supervisor, would that be part of the strategic plan, like basically, like an add-on to it to basically make sure that it clarifies what our goals are?
Yeah, not so much, I would say not so much strategic plan. This is more very specific, what are the things that we want to wrap up before, because you and I, of course, won't be on the board. So, for example, and I know this is just one item, but the affordable housing element with, for example, or, the homeless, the homeless building shelter that we're trying to purchase, or very specific things that we are targeting to get done, just so we have clarity on, we've got 3.5 months here or whatever it is, and clarity on what we're trying to complete.
Perfect. Is that
You-
clear
So
enough?
you second that?
I'll
good.
second it.
Okay, I'm good. Oh, we're good.
Okay.
Yep, clarity.
Thank you.
Thanks. Supervisor Tiffany, who's next?
I guess I'll go next. I guess there's some strategy going on here with who's going first and last. First off, I had a Aromas Day, which was fantastic. As always, there was a couple-year break for Aromas Day, and it was just great to see the enthusiasm there, great weather, number of people there, and the booths, all the booths. And I had a table there all day long, so I was there early in the morning till the close at 4 o'clock, and spoke with residents all day about the county and all the great things we're doing, and had a really good time engaging with folks. And congratulations to the organizers of that. After a 2-year hiatus, to pull that off was a big deal. On homelessness, I've been on an array of meetings. There was an internal homelessness meeting, the subcommittee that I'm on with Enrique Areola and some others, talking about trying to find creative ways to increase the number of housing units available for the homeless. And then also yesterday with Supervisor Dirks at the homeless task force with the larger group, just talking about strategies as a whole. And on that note, I'm just at least cautiously optimistic and encouraged that we finally have cleared out the encampment on San Juan Hollister Road. This started in early 2022. Took a lot longer than I'd hoped, but I'm just glad that we finally have done the right thing and gotten those vehicles that were parked there illegally, and residents who were doing some things, that were breaking the law essentially in a residential and commercial neighborhood. Like I said, we all know we are working on trying to really increase our homeless shelter units, our services. I think there's a good understanding on this board that it really starts there, just really making sure that we're focused on increasing our units and making sure we're doing what we can to help these folks. But at the same time, we can't have these encampments that just get out of control. And it's really not helping any of the people that are homeless to allow that sort of a thing. And I know we're going to be looking at the riverbed as well. I know our HHS staff is working with our private partners, Sandman and Granite Rock, to work on making sure that the riverbed is a safe environment, especially with the rainy season around the corner. And otherwise, intergovernmental with Supervisor Tiffany. We talked about wildfire prevention, had a good presentation from the fire department. School officials made a presentation on their concerns about the impacts of growth on the school communities. And those are some serious, significant impacts that we're now seeing in our school districts. And we also had a discussion about traffic calming, which is a big topic for me that I'm going to keep bringing up. As far as I just want to let the community know that all the supervisors have $3,000 discretionary allocation each year, and I recently allocated $1,000 of that my discretionary allocation to the San Juan Home and School Club for the project that's underway and soon hopefully to be getting going for the new community track in San Juan Bautista there out at the San Juan School location. And just really looking forward to that project. And then other than that, future items, I just wanted to circle back to the, I think we talked about it in the governance meeting as well, the idea of having some sort of a citizen feedback form or something that like a ticket, so that we have a structured system of, just having tabs on those requests that we make on behalf of citizens. So I just want to remind staff about that. And I don't know if that needs to be an agenda item, the citizen feedback form, or is that just something that, I know like I said, we talked about it at
If it
governance.
is, I'll be your second if it
Yeah.
requires a second.
Okay, great. All right, thank you. That's all.
Supervisor Dirks?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to reiterate thank you to Steve Loop about the update on Fallon and Fairview, and that intersection is a priority. So I really appreciate that. That's in District 1, and everyone knows that intersection, tends to have accidents there. So I think the sooner we can get it done, the better, and I appreciate all the hard work on that. And then just to reiterate, as Supervisor Tiffany said, we had the landfill standing committee last week. And then, or maybe it was a week and a half ago now. And then I also met with the hospital executive team regarding the Anthem issues that they've had there. And then also to some of the issues that they're facing concerning an expansion there as well, because of the seismic retrofitting and then just overall lack of space that they have at the current campus as well, and what they're kind of looking at doing there. I attended the Latino caucus for CSAC last week, and they looked over some different issues and bills that are coming forward, and so that was interesting to get that perspective there. I've been to 3 homeless, in one internal meeting, a task force meeting that Supervisor Kosmicki and I were a part of yesterday, and then I'm on the subcommittee for safe parking as well. So we are definitely on the path to really addressing the homeless situation in unincorporated, and looking at ways that we can really have the city come forward. Yesterday, the mayor did say that he's looking forward to doing a joint powers agreement with the county and potentially the city of San Juan Bautista, in looking to see if we can have a staff from the city and one from the county to address the homeless situation that we have there as well. And so I look forward to that commitment that he made there yesterday, in looking into that. And then also, too, I attended a meeting about First Five and some of the things they're looking at doing a community center with some federal funding. That would be really impactful for our community. And so I encourage everyone to kind of look forward to getting more information about that. We had an internal housing advisory committee, myself and Supervisor Gonzalez and staff, looking at some other areas where we might be able to acquire, or not necessarily acquire, but use existing property to look at some affordable housing units here in the county to address that need that we have here. And I also went to the kinship on Saturday, and that was really great, and I appreciate that we have that event. It does a lot for our homeless and foster youth here, and so I really appreciate that. I also went to Keala Farms yesterday. They're looking at doing an expansion here in the county. They're in my district, and what they're looking at doing as far as environmental upgrades is really pretty amazing and fantastic, and I really hope that we can make sure that their expansion process goes smoothly, because there's going to be a lot that they'd be able to provide in the ag tech area as far as innovation is concerned, and really would be a model facility, not just for the state of California, but for the entire country. They would be one of the first to do some of the things they're looking at doing, and I think that's pretty amazing that we have that right here in San Benito County. So I'm excited to see what they're going to do there. And I think that is all I have. I just want to circle back around for future agenda items. The Arts Council, I wanted to make sure that that is going to be on a future agenda item. I know it was seconded last time. Yeah, okay. Just because I want to make sure that we're looking at how we can integrate some public art, and specifically in my district in Santana Ranch, we're looking at doing some things there along the linear basin park. And then also to another future agenda item that I'm hoping to get support on is there are some other cities and counties in the state that in order for transparency, have some resolutions around lobbying and how supervisors are lobbied. And so I just want to, I'm not saying that we should adopt a resolution at this time. I just want to look into it and see what those resolutions are. I've talked to a couple other counties just to see, for transparency's sake. There's a lot that goes around in our community, and just to make it clear where we're getting our information and who we're getting our information from. So I just want kind of a staff to look into that and see if that's something we'd want to consider.
I'll be your second on that.
Thank you, B.
That's it, Supervisor Dirks? Supervisor Gonzalez?
Okay, yes, it's been a very busy couple of weeks since we had our last Board of Supervisors meeting. I attended the facilities meeting that Supervisor Tiffany referred to. I attended the landfill town hall that was there at the Vets Memorial Building, and I just wish more people would have attended because it was so well structured and there was so much information that was available. I think the community would have been well educated had it been attended a lot more completely. I attended the CSAC Prop 27 meeting that was held online. It was regarding should CSAC get involved with the Prop 27, which is the gambling initiative that's on the ballot, and the ad hoc elected to take no action. But then on September the 1st, when I attended the Board of Directors meeting in Sacramento, the board looked at the representation of who made up the ad hoc, and there were only 9 counties that made that decision for the 58. So it was brought back to the agenda and it was rediscussed, and CSAC is taking an opposition to Prop 27. So I will be supporting that move to oppose Prop 27 for various reasons. I attended 2 meetings with First Five regarding the special project that they're working on that Supervisor Dirks had mentioned. Great things are coming to the community. I can't wait to share it. I'm not at liberty to discuss the details, but stay tuned. A lot of things are coming. I met with 2 planning commissioners about things that are going on, and they're concerned that staff may or may not be creating policy where they feel the Board of Supervisors should be creating the policy. And I know that I've heard that echoed here from this dais a couple of times, that we as board members should be creating the policy, and I don't disagree. So there will be some meetings coming forward. I don't know if Supervisor Tiffany is going to, there was something scheduled, we couldn't make it, but there will be an upcoming meeting regarding conversations to see where and how things are going, just to make sure that everybody is on the same page. We're all on a level playing field and everybody understands what's going on and the responsibilities.
With what department, Supervisor?
With RMA, and this was with the planning commissioners, a few planning commissioners, yes. And we haven't had that meeting, it hasn't been scheduled, if I'm not mistaken yet. Yes, so we're looking for a date for it to be scheduled. As Supervisor Dirks mentioned, I attended the HAC meeting, the Housing Advisory Committee, and that too, great things are coming, so I'm just gonna leave it there. Attended the LAFCO, and during the LAFCO, I accepted to attend the conference in October, the Cal LAFCO, so I look forward to that, coming back and reporting that. I also met with SEIU board members, and a lot of the conversation that was had is regarding item 1.1, so I'm going to keep my comments to myself until that item comes up on the agenda. And I just want to say congratulations to all the departments that came out and reported that you received your grants and you're successful, and I just say keep it up, okay, and definitely come and let us know you're doing it, because not only do we want to applaud you for your efforts, but I want to be able to encourage you to pat yourself on the back and allow us to do it too. We know revenue-wise, we are short in terms of what comes into the county, and we have to think outside the box in ways to be successful. And I just encourage all of you to continue doing what you're doing. Thank you for that. As for future agenda items, I would like to look at the benefits package in terms of what we are looking at for insurance. I know that we are going to be looking at open enrollment this week. We only have a month, but I do know that county admin had the rates in their possession since April, and nothing was done about it. It's way too late to do anything now for any kind of negotiations. So I'm hoping maybe the ad hoc for the ARPA will look at possibly one-time expenditures, and we can talk about that, but to offset the significant increase that's going to happen. As for RMA and Steve and Abraham, I don't know who exactly this would be addressed to, but I had to deliver my sister to the Caltrans area so that she can go ahead and get the train to Mountain View. And that facility there, the park and ride facility at Betts Park, it is unsafe. We showed up at 5:45. It was pitch black. Another rider was there, and so I had my headlights on so the two women can sit there at the bench in total darkness, waiting for the bus to come. And when the bus driver showed up, she had said that she has been asking for years that they put a light there. That person who rode the bus has said she's been riding it for over 5 years and has been asking the same thing. And it's not just that my sister used it, but this supervisor became aware of it. And so I'm making you all aware something needs to be done before someone's hurt. Okay, and my sister doesn't visit often. That's just happened to be a one-off that I happened to drop her off, and I became aware of the situation. But just letting you know, we have an unsafe situation out there at the bus stop there at the corner of Memorial and Hillcrest. Okay, yeah. I love the idea about the citizen feedback. And then I would like to go back to the tourism to see, and I know this is the tourism ad hoc, but see if we can look outside the box other than the T-bid. I really would like to make sure that we are following through, looking at other avenues. Okay, and so do I need a second on any of my suggestions for future items? Or can those all just be staff recommendations?
Yeah, we need a second.
I wasn't clear on the benefits. I know you mentioned going back to ARPA. So is that just something that we're going to have a look at ARPA?
I was hoping that we can look at it at ARPA as a possibility, one-time contribution to the employees.
Right.
Because it's going to be a significant increase.
So at this point, that wouldn't be an agenda item?
That would be at ARPA.
Yeah,
I
okay.
think that should go into closed session under employee
there's-
negotiations.
Yeah.
But it's
we
not,
gotta
it's not
first-
negotiations. I want to just see if the ARPA would be interested in seeing that.
I think there's a little bit of complexity to that situation because ultimately it gets into negotiations and it could actually put us in there could be a legal issue.
And
But
I'm
even
not talking about negotiations because negotiations won't happen for
if there's
months down.
one-time distribution, and
Yeah.
There's a meeting for a requirement. You have to go through the process where we would be bringing something outside of the contract, so it'd be within, outside of the contract. So what we can do is we can meet with the ARPA committee, because we have to find the funds. If this is something that the ARPA committee wants to do, what we can do is we can find the funds, allocate the funds, and then bring it back to the board. But we'll have to do it correctly.
Mr. Chair, I thought we already allocated. I thought we were done with ARPA.
I believe there was $200,000 still remaining.
We were talking about using that for Pinnacle's promotion.
Well, there's still some money, and then also.
That's right, the Pinnacles element.
The other thing is, depending on if a few grants come through, there might be some additional funds, but, yeah. We do have several things that we've already talked about, but we can discuss it.
And I
at
think
ARPA.
that's where we need to discuss it, because you'll get the library grant, there's an obligation there as well. So we'll have to probably do, re-budget, re-look at everything, and then.
It obviously has to come back to the board. ARPA's not going to be making any decisions there.
So when would be our next ARPA meeting then, just for clarification's sake?
We'll get back to you on that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So my comments, I'll be brief. So I've obviously had a lot of agenda review meetings outside of the meetings with COG. We have now 156 officially moving, and then also the EDC committee, right? The sales tax reimbursement program, the intent to incentivize businesses to invest and or reinvest in our community. So it's basically for current businesses and also for future businesses. And then we have the governance handbook. So just to clarify, I know that part of that conversation had to be very intentional, that it wasn't just about how to address the culture when it comes down to establishing good relationships with staff and employees, but actually it has an organizational structure element where it's intent on guiding us as current board members and the future board, right? So the idea is to create a handbook that actually educates future board members on the process. I think actually kind of highlights what Supervisor Gonzalez had mentioned, that something that along the lines of policy and process and what basically governs our direction, right, when it comes to decision making. I think there has to be a clear distinction between what it means to write policy and what it means to get into operations, right? It's two different functions. I want to be very careful, especially with potential liability, right, when we start negotiating in public. We have the behavioral health item coming up, so I'll leave it at that. I just want to stress that we really need to finish, basically unified, right? We have to work together. We have to make sure that when we're trying to establish that unity as a board with our departments and our employees, that we have a good relationship. That means there's a process for everything, and that means we have to, if we're not sure about that process, that we have conversations with one another and make sure that we don't muddy the waters and confuse the public with, what is the course of action to address issues. So that's very heavy on my heart because I know that there's confusion right now, and I think there's frustration. Probably it could be a misunderstanding if there's issues. There's a reason why we hired human resources, Henny, right, our director, because she will be able to guide us when it comes down to how to deal with any potential issues. So thank you very much. So now
I'll just add one comment to piggyback on that. We did receive the draft for the governance handbook, so we'll be coming back to your board soon with a full presentation to your board and get your input as well to finalize that. So I just want to let you know that.
Yeah.
And I apologize, I had one other item that I needed for a future agenda item, and that was regarding the looking at the financial aspect regarding the landfill and potentially going back and renegotiating the contract, maybe an amendment that might be coming up. There were some concerns that were raised during the study period and questions that were submitted. The community wanted to know how the funds were being spent, received, and so forth. So I thought maybe it'd be beneficial for that to be an item on the agenda so that we can go ahead and discuss it. Supervisor Kozmicki, did you want to add any details to that?
No, and yeah, so we're on the ad hoc for the operating agreement. We're obviously, everybody knows that we've requested to reopen that operating agreement, to pursue a more favorable favorable stipulations for the county. And so we started that in February. And we've also received several requests from the public to better understand the financial aspects of the existing landfill operation agreement and the expansion project, because they're two separate things, and that's what it seems like there's a lot of confusion out there. We're working on the EIR for the expansion, but then the operating agreement is what it really includes a lot of those key details that are sticking points to a lot of people, such as the rate differential and things like that. So what we had discussed was to provide the full board and the public an opportunity to better understand the county costs and benefits from the landfill operating agreement and the expansion project, and to kind of really clarify what's in the operating agreement. So we just wanted to request that we add an item to the next meeting, September 27th, to have staff present about the terms of the operating agreement and the historic and projected costs and revenue from the landfill.
Okay.
Thank you.
So Supervisor Gonzalez made a motion. Is that a second?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So we're clear. So if there's nothing else, we go on to public comment. Madam Clerk?
First up, we have Roxy Montana.
And just really quick to add to that comment, I apologize. This is an opportunity to address the board on items of interest not appearing on the agenda, so no action may be taken unless provided by Government Code Section 54954.2. So just to be clear that these items need to be anything not on the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. Great morning and happy Tuesday to all of you supervisors, county council, county admin, and to the clerk and assistant clerk. Thank you. My name is Roxy Montana, and I come before you as the foreman of the San Benito County Grand Jury, and I'm now retiring after my 6th term as an officer, as a foreman, and as secretary. And I'm moving on to my newly elected position to support the local county grand jury as a member of the California Grand Jurors Association. I know that all of you know who I am and what I represent, but I'm here to introduce the grand jury to everybody else, the people of our community and the city. And I would like to just say just a minute or so that knowledge is power, and the analysis of the operational outcomes, the successful and the unproductive, is to provide the fair assessment of what concerns the people of San Benito County. The grand jury conducts private, confidential interviews, reviews, inspections, and investigations of all that goes on in our county. And we appreciate that we have been acknowledged by the supervisors in February with a proclamation, and that was to help us meet with the people. We met on Saturday school, and members of the public came before us to ask questions, to find out what we do and what we don't do. And the grand jury puts together an annual report because we are an annual or fiscal term, and our annual report delves into the many aspects of our county. Now, all of you are very busy. You've just given us an update on what all you do. That's a lot. And the grand jury has met with all of the elected officials, city, county, appointed, and employees. And we have some awesome employees in this county. And hardworking. The grand jury consists of ordinary citizens. And the ordinary citizens, there are 19 of us. And they meet weekly, and we have a lot of meetings too, as you may know. And the culmination of our work is the grand jury's final report at the end of the year. It has just been released on the County of San Benito's website. It is also, you can find us on the Superior Court website. And so we urge everyone to find out who we are and what we do. Thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
So I do serve a large area of your county, in multiple counties, but the majority of my area is with San Benito County. And I look forward to working with you, the county, the city, the nonprofits, and the tourism board to promote our state parks here in the county, and also what resources we can provide and vice versa. I would just want to thank already in just the few short weeks I've been here, I've worked with Steve on Seneca Road and Seneca Bridge. I've also worked with Chris with EMS that we provide additional ambulances during the weekend for public safety. And I know our staff has been working with the library to do a natural resource
interpretive program. So yeah, I will be reaching out to each of you, set up a meeting that I get to familiarize myself with the county and that we are an asset and it's something that you see us as a positive service to the county. So thank you, and I'll be reaching out to the supervisors and manager and other departments.
Thank you.
Welcome to the county.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Jan Sexton. Bill Healy.
Morning to the Board of Supervisors and the public. I'm a past member of the Grand Jury. I've served 3 terms. Retired when the judge approved our last CFR, so now I'm back to taxpayer. I've been here for 14 years, and so I'm still considered a newbie by all the other people who have lived in this county for probably since they've been born, and I meet a lot of 100-year-old people, so I know I'm a newbie. I'm the current treasurer for the California Grand Juries Association for the San Benito chapter that we're forming with Roxy. I just wanted to do a couple points. I didn't know what Roxy was going to talk about, so this is more for general knowledge. The grand jury system is part of the California Constitution. It was formed when California was formed as a state, and that our job and our responsibility is not to govern what the Board of Supervisors do. That's their job. Our job, as the chairman said, is the operational end. How is the money spent? We represent the taxpayer, so every dollar that is spent by the board or by the city or by any department that receives federal or state monies, we have the right to take a look at it and see how it's being spent, to make sure that it's getting a bang for its buck. We represent the citizens of San Benito County, as Roxy said. When we do our CFR, our final report, it's not like one person does it. The whole 19 people vote in on it, write it, edit it, and that. So you're hearing voices from the 19 people of the grand jury, not one. We're not judging policy here. That is not our descriptor. Ours is just to look at how it's done. Our overall objective is good governance. We just want to make sure that we, the citizens who put out our money, are getting what we are told we are getting. That's all it is. Some people look at us as an adversary. I think you're missing an opportunity because now you have 19 people looking at your operation and giving you recommendations. Speaking of recommendations, I really wish, I hope all the Board of Supervisors do read our CFR because it is written for you, not for the staff. Staff can give you input, but it's really back to you, written as areas of opportunity, breaking paradigms, or opportunities to change, maybe to benefit the county. With that, I thank you all for the job you have done. Look forward to doing more work with Roxy and them to help find more people for the grand jury. That's what our association's here for, our chapter, and that's it for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Board of Supervisors and community members and staff. For those of you who don't know me, I'm sure all you guys are familiar. My name is Amy Bravo, and I'm here as a citizen this morning. I would just like to say, on behalf of our agency as well, we've been ridiculed pretty hard as being a new nonprofit forming here and working with youth who struggle with overdose and drug use and substances. And we have been, by the Behavioral Health Department, accused of things that are false accusations, harassed, bullied, and documented proof of it. And I would like to say that we're here to help. We're not here to step on anybody's toes or reinvent the wheel. We really want to take care of our kids and do better at a community. For those of you who don't know, I came to San Benito County. My sister and my niece were residents here. My sister dual diagnosed mental health and substance abuse that could not navigate the behavioral health system of care. My niece last year died at 15 years old from fentanyl poisoning. So this is personal. We're not here to come up, make money. We're here to make sure that nobody else has to suffer from the disease of addiction. And it's stigmatized, and I know a lot of people don't understand it, but if you guys would like a presentation, my partner and I can come in and educate you guys on what we are doing and how we can help and what services we can provide. But I would ask that you guys, if you're able to step in, behavioral health behavior needs to stop, and that there's possible civil penalties attached. Thank you.
Thank you.
Elia Salinas.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and Supervisors. Supervisor Dirks mentioned something about a resolution regarding transparency. That is already your duty. Your duty is to be transparent and to be available to the community. So instead of a resolution, when you do your reports, you should already be mentioning that you're speaking to a certain individual that would like to bring a project to this county. You're saying you're being lobbied, that's when you do it. When people come to you and say, I have an idea, and this is what we're thinking about. Prop 27 will assist all Indian nations in the state of California. So there's more information on that instead of just saying, do your homework on that. I would like that to bring up an agenda, because it still hasn't been done, the removal of the phallic structure in front. There was a comment, to me it was a shot, I don't know why, on by Supervisor Kosmicki as to who would speak first and who would speak last, like there's some kind of strategy and people got together. I don't know where that came from. I think you all are getting along and you should continue to do so. With regards to Supervisor, I'm so sorry, I have allergies. Supervisor Hernandez, you made a statement that was offensive, and instead of apologizing, you stood your ground, you doubled down, and you mentioned that you meant to use another word. The other word was still offensive. You owe an apology, and that's it. You misspoke, you made a statement, you need to apologize and move forward. Instead, what did you do? You doubled down, and then you went on the Bannon show, the man that just got arrested. He's already a felon. He's been given a pardon by the past number 45. It was embarrassing to the San Benito County for you to show up and speak that you represent San Benito County on some felon's talk show. How embarrassing is that? You are so proud of it, and then the man gets arrested last week, and you're still putting out there how proud you are to be on that show. Not because you're a candidate, sir, but because you are a supervisor of this county, and you need to be sure that when you make statements, you don't represent the entire county on something like that. And lastly is, I have this pin that's from a real estate that's being given to the public out here that's advertising. I needed a pin. I am using it, but I think that you all should be aware that you should not be favoring one real estate agency or another. Just don't do any commercials and take any pins from any company so that the public can use it. So real quick, 5 seconds, San Martin charges $300. San Benito charges under $60. That's what we need to talk about with the landfill. Other counties are making more money and we're not. Thank you.
Thank you.
I didn't take any pens for the record.
On Zoom, you've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 3 minutes. You've been unmuted. You've been unmuted. Please state your name. You have 3 minutes. Valerie, you've been unmuted. Luke, you've been unmuted. Please state your name. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, this is Luke from San Juan Bautista. I agree with Elia Salinas that it's the duty of our local officials to be transparent, but I still like Supervisor Dirk's initiative to increase transparency and I guess have some way of auditing lobbyists and the relationship with our local representatives. I also wanted to bring something to the attention of the supervisors related to the San Juan Bautista State Park. Maybe this could be a future agenda item, but I'm hoping to see if there's any way we could open up the orchard area on 3rd Street that's part of the state park to the public without a fee. The area is currently gated off from 3rd Street and it's really unused most of the time because of the fee. So maybe there would be some way we could open that up for free to the public and see it be used a little bit more. Thank you.
You've been unmuted. Please state your name. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning. My name is Stacey McGrady and I live in the county. And thank you for the opportunity to speak. I wanted to address some concerns with the animal shelter. These came up at the city council meeting a couple weeks ago. And it definitely affects our county as well. The Hollister Animal Shelter staff presented to the city council and a request to suspend use of the night kennels. And they cited concerns of out-of-county animals being dropped off in our night kennels. And I would suggest or submit that that's just the cost of doing business. The greatest costs of our animal shelter is the facilities, the buildings, the infrastructure, and employee wages, benefits, costs. That's the biggest part of our animal shelter costs. And the actual cost of care of the animals is fairly nominal. So if we accept animals from out of the county that are illegally dropped off in our night kennels, I think that it is for the greater good. Otherwise, I'm concerned that these animals will get dropped off in the riverbed, off the highway, or, simply killed. So I hope that we can continue to use our night kennels and make those available to whoever needs them, whenever they need them. Before the city and the county, because it is a joint project and joint venture, makes any decision on this.
Thank you.
You've been unmuted. Please state your name. You have 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you very much. This is Valerie Eglin with Reach San Benito Parks Foundation, and we'd like to bring some awareness of birding to the supervisors this morning, and that's birding in San Benito County especially. We are in the midst of the fall migration, bringing ornithologists and birding tourism here in San Benito County. We are the home to a number of rare and seldom seen birds in our bird population, especially in the Panoche Valley. We have an internationally known ornithologist living here, Deborah Shearwater. Debbie focuses on the Panoche Valley, but has weighed in on proposing hedgerows for the borders along the Riverview Regional Park. And Reach has put Steve Loop with RMA in contact with all those who could help the Wallace Group in the park design. Birds are an indicator of our environmental health and add to our tourist value as a county. So we're asking the supervisors to support hedgerows in the regional park. And I thank you very much. So watch out. The migrations are primarily visible in the evening and morning. You may have been seeing some pretty big flocks of birds flying around. So know that we are a destination for birding, and we need to count on that for our tourist value. Thank you.
No other comments.
Okay, bringing it back to the board. Before we move on to the regular agenda, I just wanted to first thank the grand jury. I know you guys worked really hard on the report, and I don't know if you remember, I brought forward the resolution to actually honor the grand jury, because I really do believe that you guys are the diligent and prudent element of the, in the process where the public can get engaged and be able to have oversight over the things that are necessary in the operations of the county. So, but I just wanted to thank you and just wanted to make sure you guys knew that we have your report, and we're going to make sure to have a response for you.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Okay. Now on to regular agenda. Item number 1, CAO Espinoza.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I'd like to invite Penny Ring. She's our HR manager. She'll be presenting this item. Penny?
Perfect, thank you. Good morning, Chairman, members of the board. Henny Ring with Human Resources. I'm the HR manager. Today I have a presentation, and it's a human resource update for the recruitment for the Director of Behavioral Health. And just for the record, I know how to do the flash drive and the thing. Vanessa's a lot quicker, so. Anyways, let me get started. What I wanted to do is just kind of give a brief overview of the timeline of when we started this process for the recruitment for Director of Behavioral Health. We started in January 12th of 2022. The county began an open recruitment and accepting applications. Until March 3rd of 2022, all applicants were reviewed and rated by a behavioral health board members. We had 5 panels, 5 panelists who consisted of Supervisor Bob Tiffany, Board Member Margie Barrios, Board Member Marnie Sandoval, Board Member Chris Breen, and then Sheriff Eric Taylor as well. So they reviewed those applicants that they had already met the minimum qualification. They were the most eligible, so that's what they did, is they reviewed. And from there, they selected the top 5 that were going to be invited to the oral interview process. On April 1st of 2022, the top 5 applicants were interviewed. So you understand that the Board of Behavioral Health selected a candidate and offered that position to that first applicant, the top applicant. That applicant had declined that offer. So they went to the second most qualified or top applicant out of their choice, and that second applicant as well declined the offer. Around mid-April of 2022, administration requested Human Resources to repost the position of Director of Behavioral Health, which we did. On an open, continuous basis. So from there, we're still accepting applications. It's still set up as an open, continuous recruitment. I can give you a little breakdown. Since April, HR has received the applications. We have received 16 total. 6 of currently right now meet the minimum qualifications per the job specification, the job flyer. Of those 6 applications, let me go to the next slide. As of September 1st, actually what it was on the agenda item was there was 5 applications, but because the applications can be reviewed accepted 24/7, that evening of September 1st after 9 o'clock, we received 6 applications. So there's 6. I believe the agenda item stated that there were 5 at the time. So we are at 6. So at that point, we're ready to move forward whenever we give the okay to move over to panelist review again, and then any type of interview process to go further on that. I wanted to also give just a little update of just other administrative support pending the hiring of new director. I think it's really important. I did, in the background of the agenda item, there's a little bit of information regarding a consulting firm. I'll go through that in just a second. Just so that the board understands that right now administration has been meeting weekly with the behavioral health staff, the management staff, to add additional support as well as leadership, any questions, because we are missing the director piece. So we have people who are doing dual roles or, they have a lot on their plate at this point. Administration and Human Resources has also attended the Behavioral Health Advisory Board. We've also been meeting with them as well. Myself, Human Resources has recently met with Behavioral Health during an all-staff meeting to provide any clarification, any information that we could, as well as an additional support, including I've met also with one-on-one with staff to help with some things that were just to give additional support and just things that needed to be worked through. Also, for background, on June 27th of 2022, the counter entered into a contract with a consulting firm, Municipal Resources Group, to perform an organizational assessment of the entire behavioral health agency. What happened was the county has identified, obviously, that there is some leadership support that is needed within the structure of behavioral health, and we have invited consultants in because we identified and we thought a third party, neutral party could come in and kind of help give us a framework and better framework and foundation for going forward with, as we are also working on hiring a director. This assessment will identify areas to enhance the department, identify approaches to strengthen teamwork, align department structure and staffing with service needs and service delivery goals and compliance requirements. Both the consultants are here today. I'd like to introduce Dr. James Ganley and Maureen Bauman. They are performing the assessment with the from MRG regarding behavioral health department. So if the board has any questions, they're available for anything that you would like to know. Okay. Mm-hmm.
Morning, board. Just give you a brief introduction. Is my mic on? Good, thank you. Mr. Chairman, board members, CEO Espinoza, thank you for having us here today to give you a brief update. As Henny said, my name is Jim Gandley, and I'm here with Maureen Bauman. My experience is 35 years plus with Health and Human Services as a provider and as a Health and Human Services administrator. And Maureen's experience is 35 years plus as a licensed social worker and also a department director of a behavioral health department in a county. We've worked in counties as large as Los Angeles with 10 million people and as small as Calaveras County with 45,000 people. So we've pretty much seen how large departments function and how smaller departments function. We became involved in this process in the April timeframe when Ray reached out to me as the initial recruitment was proving unsuccessful, and he asked me if I had any statewide contacts that might be helpful in terms of finding a new director. I immediately reached out to Maureen because she's a past president of just about every other kind of mental health board you can think of. And between the two of us, we came up with a few names. They didn't pan out either. So CAO Espinoza then proactively reached out to us and said, well, can you provide an organizational assessment for us to see what the status of the department is and what things we might be able to do to better position ourselves to get a new director? And we said, of course, and that's what brings us here today. So far, Maureen and I have had the opportunity to interview some of you board members. We've interviewed behavioral health board members. We've interviewed leadership within the behavioral health department. We've interviewed service providers. That's ongoing. We've also looked at comparable counties in your region, the standard ones that you normally use, and looked at their behavioral health organizational design. And we've also looked at what the requirements are for a current director and what the attributes are that you're looking for. We've had the opportunity just last week to attend a staff meeting in behavioral health, at which I gave everybody at the staff meeting my direct email address, and I said, if you have any input that you want me to hear, send it to me. And so far I have received a number of responses. I've also had the opportunity to review pages 24 through 28 of the grand jury report, so I'm familiar with their findings, and we'll use those as we tend to move forward. I also reviewed in that report from the grand jury some of the challenges that the Human Resource Department is facing in terms of ongoing recruitments. So as part of our organizational assessment, we look at 4 major areas. We look at strategy, we look at structure, we look at compliance, and we look at culture. And really, in this case, in San Benito's case, the culture component is a significantly important component. We're well aware that there are specific cultural issues that are needed to be addressed within the county, and we're looking closely at those, hence the interviews we're looking to have with everybody. I've also talked with the union steward, who will be sending me some additional information to review. And when we do that, we'll be able to put this assessment together. Another thing the CAO asked me to look at was the potential inclusion of the Behavioral Health Department into the existing HHS agency. So that's another option we'll be looking to. Maureen and I have personally brought agencies like that together, and we've worked with several other counties that have done that. So we're well positioned to give you our best input regarding those areas. The culture is driven by leadership, it's driven by structure, it's driven by communication. So at the end of our report, we're going to answer 4 basic questions for you. We're going to tell you whether behavioral health is delivering the right service to the right client in the right setting at the right cost, resulting in the best outcome. We're also going to tell you, is the culture, the organizational structure of the department one that seeks to screen clients in rather than screen them out? The third thing we're going to be looking at is the organizational culture itself and what improvements the department can make to increase those things. And the fourth and final thing we will be providing you with are some alternative behavioral health organization structures, both as a standalone department and as an inclusion into the HHS agency. So with those comments, Maureen and I would be happy to answer any of your questions today.
So before we go to the board, if we can go to public comment.
Well, can we clarify our questions before we go to public comment? We're not our own personal opinion. This is an ongoing process, and obviously there are people in the room that would like to speak to it. So can we just ask about their process?
So a clarification question is fine, Supervisor?
Yes, and that's what I'm asking.
Yeah, it just has to be very clear that it's
And I understand you don't want my soapbox version, you simply want questions, and that's what I would like. So I know that you're in phase 1, and how many phases do you plan to go into, and what's your time frame that you're looking at for completing your study?
Yes, we will have a draft report to CAO Espinoza by the end of this month.
So the end of September,
It'll be in draft form, but he'll have all of our thoughts and inputs, and then we will together decide what next steps need to be taken. It's important to not confuse and conflate recommendations with implementation. So any implementation that comes out of our recommendations is a whole separate process which we will step into together, and that's something that the county can decide to stay with us or go with somebody else.
Okay.
But at the end of this report, at the end of the month in draft form, we'll have our initial recommendation on his desk. Now, sometimes, it takes a couple of weeks of back and forth to clean it up, yada, yada, yada. But we're at the point now, we're in a few more weeks. We're finishing up, hopefully, our interviews. We were fortunate at the staff meeting last week that the behavioral health staff has identified 5 lead people that we are going to be talking to. This was new to us, but we welcome it. That may draw us out an extra week because we're going to interview all of those individuals. But then we'll have all that data and all that input. And by the way, we've talked with the HHS director, Tracy Belton. We have her input. We're going to put all that input into our report. And then Maureen and I are going to be scratching our heads saying, okay, what do we glean from this? What are our recommendations going to be? And we'll find out. Are our recommendations going to be consistent with the recommendations that the grand jury came up with? Or are they going to expand upon them? So the beauty of this is that you now have a grand jury opinion, you'll get the expert opinion from us, and you'll have your own darn opinions.
Okay.
So between all of that, you'll be able to come up with the best model.
Okay, just one other question. I love how you said that we're looking for the best outcome, because as a supervisor, right, I'm there right with you. You articulated 4 things. So you talked about screening, you said improve something, and I can't read my writing.
Strategy, compliance, culture.
Okay, what was the first one? No, I got strategy, structure, compliance, and culture. No, but you said the best outcome, and you started giving us what some of the things that were. It wasn't strategy. Seek to screen clients in, not out, improve something, and then you said the attentive to the behavioral culture, the structure / HHSA. What was the first thing you had said? Because I thought you were just going to give us 1 or 2 things, and then you said, and the third, and the fourth.
So the 4 components that we look at.
You said strategy, structure, compliance, and culture. I have that down.
Correct.
But then you said something after
Then I went to the
best.
4 outcomes.
Okay, so what was the first outcome then?
The first outcome was the right service in the right place at the right cost.
Okay, right
essentially.
serve, that's all. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Right service, right time, right place. Okay, thank you. That's it.
So, thank you, Supervisor Gonzalez. We can go to public comment, please.
Should we sit down? and
Please.
just wait?
Yeah, once they finish, we'll bring you back.
Members of the public who wish to speak, please provide a speaker card. Those on Zoom, please press *9 on your phone or raise your hand icon on your screen. You've been unmuted. State your name for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
Good morning, Chair and Board of Supervisors. My name is Christina Chavez, and I call on all of you today, not only as a county employee who has served this community for the past 6 years, but as SEI Local 521's Chapter Vice President, who is representing the members of our Behavioral Health Department. I would like to state that not only am I concerned by the duration of the unfilled position of the Director of Behavioral Health, as well as the findings of the grand jury report, but more importantly, by the voices of our members who work in that department and serve our county's most vulnerable population. Members have reached out to the union in record-breaking numbers, setting the precedence of urgency that the dysfunction of the department needs to be addressed. Our members welcome the attention that you, our Board of Supervisors, have created by seeking the organizational assessment of the Behavioral Health Department. We look to you as our leadership to use this opportunity to really listen to our members and create real positive change where it is needed most. This will not only better the organization structure as a whole, while also increasing morale by prioritizing our members' needs and concerns, but ultimately allow growth and improvement for improved mental health of the staff. Our hope is that the steps taken to improve the quality of the internal work environment will create a better work-life balance for our members, which in essence could help them provide the best care to our community possible. Thank you for your time.
Elia Salinas.
Good morning again, Mr. Chair. Is this on? I guess I must have missed an RFP going out for these consultants, and I do appreciate that CAO Espinoza has reached out to try to do something, but I hope that each one of you supervisors are paying attention. Is the grand jury report released to you and to county council only, or are you allowed to forward it to department heads? And I don't think you can hear me. Can you hear me? It's not. It's not a coincidence that today's report is happening today after the grand jury report went out public. This was a strategy, trying to protect the department by coming forward. So, was that report released to the department head? They all gathered around and trying to do some damage control, because that's what I see this as. I see this as damage control. That jury report is nothing new to me, because what I have been saying here for years, and the only person at the dais is Supervisor Hernandez, who has heard me here, come here before you for years before any of the rest of you were up here. I have been complaining about the Department of Public, about behavioral health for years. They are not helping our community. They're not. All the money that I come here and I complain, it's all going out of the county. It's all going out of the county. I told you a few weeks ago that there's not one licensed person in behavioral health where an intern can come in and study. Right now, you have 3 people in behavioral health that do not have the credentials nor the experience to be in those positions. There is nepotism and there is cronyism. Absolutely is. You just heard from the SEIU. Numerous employees have signed letters and some have not signed letters. They are not signing the letters for fear of retaliation. And that is exactly what's been going on. I asked you to do exit interviews, and you said, oh no, when we do exit interviews, they're going to give us information because they're going to be upset and they're going somewhere else. You're going to do a culture study and you decided to do this. Listen to the employees because they fear retaliation from their leadership that is either qualified and never been hired in the first place. You have a duty to the entire county because this is just one department that I'm speaking of today.
Thank you.
Amy Bravo.
If I can suggest that they use the other mic, since we know the mic works, would you mind sharing it,
Yeah, no.
Henny? Sorry.
I'm good.
I'm sorry, I just want to make sure I hear everything.
So, good morning, once again, I'm Amy Bravo, and I'm really happy to hear that there's baby steps being made and that there's people coming in to help with the behavioral health department. I think, though, when you're making an informed decision, it's really hard to make the right one when you don't have all the information. For example, I personally know people that have applied with PhDs that are overqualified for the director position just to see if they would get into an interview, and they were not contacted. So that shows me that there is some favoritism going on in the county, and that these positions are hand-selected. When I was at Behavioral Health, I sat in on positions for interviews for qualified candidates that were not selected. And I just think that we, as a team, as a community, we can be very effective if we work together. But as long as there's separation of duty and nobody wants to collaborate, behavioral health doesn't want to contract out, we've lost $500,000 worth of contract money because behavioral health is telling their stakeholders to pull out from partnerships, that they are not to work with new agencies, specifically ours. So it's really hard to serve the needs of the community if the players don't have all the information. So I hope that that is considered. Restructured, it's a toxic work culture. I have staff employees reaching out to me, emails, text messages, help, and I can't, what I can do, be an ear to listen. Like, I can't help them. It's not in my purview to step in and do anything. So I hope that with this Board of Supervisors being on board, that you guys can step in and take action before something worse happens. Like, I don't know what everybody's waiting for. Like, people are gonna start dying from overdose. There's more lethal drugs coming that's worse than fentanyl, 10 times worse than fentanyl that is coming, and we're trying to warn everybody and nobody's listening. But I guarantee if it was your family member, if it was your daughter, if it was your sister or your brother, you'd be sounding the alarm. And I think that behavioral health owes us a public apology for what they've done to us.
Rick Perez.
Good morning, board, chair, staff. I'm here as a parent, and as a parent of a young adult. I'm going to try to make this fit in within 3 minutes. 69. That's the number of overdoses we've had. My son was 69. 6 deaths have happened here. Because we are not, Roxy, you said knowledge is power. Collaboration is more powerful when we all work together, because our kids are dying, 6 kids so far. And the numbers are going up and the drugs are getting worse. And you know what? This is my battlefront as a parent. I'm not speaking as a councilman, vice mayor, as a parent. I am going to do everything and I can to advocate state level, county, and city to have more programs available. I am not happy with the mental health department. You know what? They reached out to me last week and they said they were going to call me back that day. Nothing. And we're talking from up on top. I'm keeping all names out. And I didn't find any compassion from one of the supervisors talking about money. Well, you know, it costs money and blah, blah, blah. It's like, you know what? When you put your lips to your son's blue lips, pale face, and you have to breathe for him because he's dying, dead, oh, money don't count. Money does not count no more. I'm telling you, you think your kids are safe? No, there's nobody that's safe. Everybody is susceptible because all it takes is one experimental time, dead. We need to work together as a community. Forget county and city and state. This is our kids. Until you get to carry your child, adult, I don't care what age they are, carry their limp body and start doing chest compressions because he's dead. Everything else, these buildings, these streets, these parks. Thank you for doing that study. But you know what? What about the state? Is the state involved in there? And you know what? They're right. Employees, they're going to say, oh yeah, we do a great job. You know what? When you talked about entrance and exit exams or surveys, whatever, forgive me, I'm very emotional. I have been reliving this for a week now. Going to my son's room in the middle of the night, in the morning, is he breathing? That's not supposed to happen. Our kids are hurting out there. It's a crazy world. You know, what are we doing to support them? You know, are we just keeping our good jobs? You know? The grand jury report, I'm sorry, can I have extra minute?
Yes.
Grand jury report. I read it. I've had it for a few days, and you know what? I concur. You know what? You guys got a lot. You know what? The thing is, if it's one thing, if your organization has gaps in it, that's okay. That's okay. And other organizations come and we work together and they fill those gaps. And then another one comes and why are we not working together? Instead, what's happening is the mental health department is blackballing YRC. YRC is getting frustrated, overloaded, trying to defend themselves, doing this, doing that because they're being attacked. And all that time, they're missing out talking to our kids. Stressing them out because now they can't go do what they're supposed to do because they're fighting over here. It's ridiculous, ridiculous. So you've heard from different perspective and views of everybody. This is a perspective from a parent. I wish none of you to ever go through what I went through. I threw out my arm because it was only me to do chest compressions. You will do anything for your child. I don't even know. You can't express it. I'd like to thank probation department because they have been really supportive and reaching out to help us in this situation. Very disappointed I didn't get a call back from mental health. I haven't heard from his drug counselor in days, and I don't want to be that parent that just says, okay, son, go do what you want. That's okay. Just use my card. No, it's not like that. I want my son to learn, but this is not teaching him. This is killing him. He's not even supposed to be out. The court system in court said he can only be released to county mental health and or probation, and we must be transported directly to the program.
Rick, we can't get into.
Well, okay. But anyone else wants to know about this? Let me know, because basically, he's not even supposed to be out. He's supposed to be in the program, but mental health let him go. And because of that, he's a drug addict. He's a high-risk user. That means he's had the risk is high that he's going to use. So we throw a rock into the river and think it's going to float. No, he's an addict. He needs help. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rick.
You've been unmuted. Please state your name. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, Rick. I just want to say thank you for your. I am Celeste. I'm calling in as a public member, and I just want to say also thank you to Amy Bravo and her business partner, and to please hold on there and just hang in there, because we do need you. Our community needs you. Our kids need you, and eventually the light will shine through all of this. And you are, we need your organization here because our kids need you. So thank you so much for hanging in there. As a past experience with mental health, with family members and youth that I've been around, I understand the problems that they've tried to overcome. And I haven't seen the proper mental health being able to help them. So yes, we do need other programs coming out from the outside to kind of give us light and guidance. So I appreciate everyone trying to focus on that. And also the grand jury, thank you for your report. That's all.
Thank you.
No more comments.
Mr. Chair, if I could comment.
Yes.
I did have the opportunity to review the court order that was referenced by one of the speakers, and I think there might have been a little bit of misconfusion. There was a 90-day sentence, but with time served, the person was eligible to be released on that day. There was no authority to hold him for a longer period of time to arrange the transfer into a inpatient program. It was when the court order was issued that he had enough credits to be released.
But to counter that, Barbara, because I know personally the individual needed the substance abuse program. Otherwise, this happened on the Labor Day weekend. Had this individual been given the programming that they needed, given the services they needed, we would not have had this tear-filled presentation that I've been part of for the last couple of weeks. So I appreciate you clarifying the record, but this individual needed the services and he did not get them.
C.A. Espinoza.
You want to comment real quick, Chief Prevention Officer? I'll allow our chief to speak briefly on this.
I think in general, when it comes to operations, there's a lot of complexities to this, and there's obviously never an intent to harm anybody. I can only imagine. I know Rick personally. I'm good friends with him, and at the end of the day, there's one side seems to be right until the other side speaks. I just want to make sure we have a context of everything. So, Chief Rotella.
Yes. Thank you, Chair Hernandez.
Yeah, probably that one better.
Yes. Thank you, Chair Hernandez, board members. That was a very compelling statement made by Mr. Perez. And I spoke with him yesterday, and I can tell he's very motivated as a father, and I feel for him as a father. I will say, from the situation, from the probation perspective, is, you know, we did what we were supposed to do. There's always glitches in systems. It's inherent. As county counsel, Barbara Thompson was indicating, I don't want to get into the specifics of the details of one of our clients, but yes, you know, things happen and there's transitions. I wish there had been a better transition. I wish there had been a better understanding of what was happening. But I don't think anything was amiss or anything wrong. I can say that, I mean, I can't speak for any other agency in the county, but I can speak for probation that we've done our due diligence in trying to make sure that all of our clients get the services they need. When we find out that there has been a situation where somebody has not gotten the services, and you know that can result in some types of tragic events or circumstances, then we immediately address it. Immediately. This is one of those things that, you know, I can say honestly, it was not something that was done by mistake. It had to do with court orders, and it was an unfortunate circumstances that took place in this situation. But I would agree that with Mr. Perez, the ideal situation would have been him being able to go directly into a program. But unfortunately, it didn't work out that way. But I'll answer questions.
So I had a question.
And I was just going to say, and kind of reiterate that as well. Again, I've been working closely with Griselle and Rachel and trying to get a better understanding of behavioral health. And I will assure you, this board, that behavioral health did everything in their power to follow the rules to make sure that this individual was taken care of, as well as the corrections office as well. I think from a county perspective, everyone did our job. Unfortunately, it was circumstances, the courts, it's more, there's that other fourth-legged stool there with the courts that they provide a direction to us. And unfortunately, it was difficult at that point once we got the direction what to do to address this. So without getting into too much detail, that's about all we can get into, really. But I just wanted to assure the board that the department's worked hard on this particular.
So it just, to me, granted, assuming we have all authority, what would be the remedy to time served, as an example? Can we bypass the courts? I don't even know if there's a law that we would be breaking where we say, hey, we're going to create an option to trigger a substance program for an individual in that specific scenario, right? So it begs the question, is that possible? Because ultimately, obviously, that's the thing with processes, right? Is that doesn't mean they're always perfect. And I just know that there's a lot of changes in the laws, even when it comes to behavioral health and substance abuse. So what could have been the remedy, if at all possible, that the Board of Supervisors could have taken?
Well, if it could have been sentenced differently at the court, or if the timing had been different,
Well,
it is possible.
Within our control,
Yeah, it is possible to arrange inpatient programs and coordinate directly from the jail to transfer to an inpatient program. But that has to be set up, and it depends on the inpatient program being available, and also it depends on the timing to make sure that the sentence doesn't come down until that is available, so that the judge would release.
But yeah, just to my point though, is there's an authority the courts have, a jurisdiction that we cannot supersede, right? But that doesn't mean we couldn't have done something different. It's hard for me to imagine that there was something that could have been done, unless that means maybe I don't know, at the intake process.
So there's a lot of mechanisms that go into place, and every case has got its unique blueprint of what happens, and no two cases are the same. I will say I'm eagerly awaiting a new behavioral health director. I want to collaborate with that person. I want to make sure that we bind the gaps that we have between agencies, work with the courts, work with behavioral health. Because, no father should have to go through what Mr. Perez went through. And I'm very empathetic with him. But that being said, I can say that I know from our standpoint, we've done what we could do. And we abided by court orders, and that was the appropriate thing to do.
And just to clarify what I'm saying, Chief, has nothing, it's not even trying to find deficiencies in your department or your process.
I don't think it is.
It's just to try to, and to a certain extent, it's to bring clarity even to the public that there are, to a certain extent, there's processes in place that might, to a certain extent, not create the outcome that you want, and that's where, and the other element is the layer that's specific to the Board of Supervisors, which means policy related, right? Operationally, laws that are in place that deal with the court process, that deal with detention, and then even substance abuse, right? You can't just violate someone's rights. I mean, just off the top of my head, I'm thinking if there's credits for time served, we can't just say, well, we're not going to give you those credits because we know you have a substance abuse problem, right? Then we could be liable for violating their rights, right? Because there's credits for a reason. So it's just, this is not a simple answer, and it seems to be that there wants to be begged a simple answer. Supervisor Dirks?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One question, because it's been alluded to about the timing of the release with the credits maybe and this and that, but I just want clarity, because if we're talking about policy and process, was it because it was on a holiday weekend? I heard it was brought up that it was Labor Day. Did that have anything to do with it?
No.
Not that I'm aware of.
either.
Okay,
No.
because
No.
I just want to make sure we have holidays covered if that's part
Yeah,
of the
yeah.
problem. Okay,
Not that I'm aware of, no.
okay.
And I just wanted to give a brief update to the board. I didn't mean to get too much into the weeds on this issue. I just wanted to tell you what I found out. Okay.
I get things you're right.
Microphone.
Sorry. You're right, Barbara. For me, this is more about clarification, and I'm not trying to get into the weeds, but I think as I'm trying to make sure that we're focused on policy, like what is within our realm of authority. So anyways, go ahead, Supervisor Tiffany.
Yeah,
Can I just real quick point of order here? I feel like we are getting off. This is an update on the behavioral health recruitment, and we've gotten really far into a very specific situation here. So if, I don't know if staff can maybe put out a memo or something that might make more sense than.
I agree. I would like to ask, since we've gone this far off, I'd like to ask a question. Although I agree with Supervisor Hernandez and looking at policy for the future, what's done is done, and what happened. Is there something that can be done now to address this specific situation so that Mr. Perez is not, dealing with his son sitting at home worried that he's going to be overdosing another time?
Well, when I learned of the circumstance on Friday, and again, I don't want to get in the weeds, there's confidentiality issues in and around this, but I will say, I went and met with Mr. Perez, and I spoke with him yesterday, and he indicated some what he felt were breakdowns in the situation. We will be doing everything possible to address that. Won't get into the weeds, won't get into the policy, but I will say, we will be doing our due diligence. As I'm telling you, you have very good people as foreperson, Montana had indicated. The probation department has great people working for it, and compassionate people that really want to see what's good. When I spoke with Mr. Perez yesterday, it was very clear we had the same goal in mind, and that's to make a situation better.
Yeah, and it's, so bringing it back to the board as far as the substance, and you're right, Supervisor Cosmic, and I do apologize, we did go off. I felt this need to clarify that it's not a simple reality what we're dealing with, so, but bringing it back, I just want to make sure we stay consistent with the agenda item, and that has to do with the behavioral health director hiring.
I haven't had a chance to speak. Can I have an opportunity?
Yeah, if you could make it.
It's not going to be quick.
Yeah.
So this is
Well,
my.
we just need to be clear, we cannot go into
Please,
operational issues.
please let me say what I
Right.
say, okay?
So just to clarify, Supervisor Gonzalez, we had an organizational culture study, which has to do specifically with not doing operational stuff
I hear
on the
what you're
dais.
saying, but let me just say.
And you agreed to it.
I've heard comments up here that we've done our due diligence. What's done is done. We have to look at the reality of in the realm of what we can do. I heard Chief Francella say that that Councilmember Perez had a compelling statement. This is not new at all, okay? On March 2nd, I brought this situation to the attention of our administration. And this has been ongoing for 6 months, specific to this person and this client. So this is not new, okay? It might be new to you. It might be new to behavioral health, but it's not new, all right?
I'm sorry,
So-
point of
no,
order. We are violating the Brown Act right now.
I'm trying to make my
This is
statement.
not on the agenda. I'm sorry.
It is. This is all about behavioral
It's not
health.
on the agenda. The agenda
Supervisor
is
Kosmicki, as you said to me, I have the floor. With all due respect, let me continue talking.
We're violating the Brown Act. Don't want that on the record.
It's not a Brown Act violation. I have the opportunity to speak, so please let me speak. Okay? I have seen,
just want to
I
caution
have
Supervisor
seen what's been
Gonzalez.
happening
If
with
you're-
Rick Perez personally, and I'm not here to talk about him, but you guys are all talking about him, saying what's done is done. Everything could have been done that should have been done. It was not done.
It was specific
It-
to what Rick Perez,
It was
what Rick
not
Perez had
done,
mentioned.
okay? So let me go ahead and make my presentation of what I was going to say about the cultural study, about what's happening at behavioral health, please.
And again, I wanted to
Yeah,
kind
this
of
is
go that. the-
operations.
This
right.
is all about the cultural study, what's happening at behavioral health and the recruitment, please.
But we
About
have
the
to get into the
recruitment.
behavioral health director position.
Please let me.
I think that maybe at some point, the cultural study will come back to the board. And it's going to come back fairly quickly because, I mean, there's going to be a draft report in a month and then it should come back to the board as soon as the final report is done. So there's going to be more of an opportunity to talk about the cultural studies.
Yes, and
too.
I understand
Let me
that.
just make a point of clarification. It's not a cultural study, it's an
Organizational
Thank you.
assessment.
Organizational
Yeah,
study.
yeah.
Okay. For those people who know me, I was born and raised here, and I come from what people call good stock, okay? We are raised with truth, honesty, and integrity. On January of this year, when I was board chair, I sat there at the seat that Peter is sitting in, and I put on the record that if you are not part of the solution, you are part of the problem. I challenge my supervisors to get in and find out what's going on.
Into operations, that's not
Excuse
our
me?
job.
I'm talking. I have the floor. I asked you to become aware of what's going on because the responsibility ultimately is here with us as supervisors. At our last Board of Supervisors meeting, I went on the record and I talked about our responsibility, our fiduciary responsibility as supervisors, yes, to monitor procedure, process, and so forth, but to also see where there were deficits, major deficits that were going on. And this example with this person who just spoke is a prime example how there are gaps in the process where we're going to have a negative outcome, and we saw that on the Labor Day weekend. This board needs to be brave enough to have the difficult conversations that possibly the system is broken and the system
I need
needs
to
to
call a
be
recess.
prepared.
Yeah, Supervisor Hernandez, I do think, I mean, Chair Hernandez,
Denial
I do
is more
agree
than just
that
a
it could
river
be,
in Egypt.
that
We have to be
that
brave
the
enough to
agenda
challenge the
does-
position.
I'm sorry,
And
the-
we
I'd like
have
to
to
call
look
a
at
recess of the
options
meeting.
Okay.
to fix what is broken.
Second, recess.
Yeah, let me talk to
Second.
Supervisor Gonzalez.
All those in favor?
Aye.
No.
Aye.
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 Cowards, 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 cowards.
Supervisor, last final thoughts, if any. Supervisor Tiffany?
I didn't get to finish. Can I finish? And I understand your concerns about where I might go, but please have faith in me that I won't violate the Brown Act, okay? Please have faith in me that I will say what needs to be said within the confines of this agenda item. Please.
So let me if we can read the item itself, just to, again, to clarify what specifically is that we're supposed to be referencing to make sure that we're staying consistent with the actual item itself. So this is about the behavioral health recruitment. So it does talk about authorizing the consulting from MRG to, basically we're delegating that responsibility to MRG to conduct an organizational assessment, which has to do with privacy elements, has to do with a lot of legal stuff, that we have to make sure that we confine that conversation to preserve not just the public trust, but also to prevent liability to the county. And then it's to assess the current status of the behavioral health department and identify organizational gaps. So that's basically that assessment. And then ultimately, finally, is us getting the final, who the actual director is, and then making sure that decision is made. So if you can stay within the confines of the policy, Supervisor Gonzalez, I would appreciate it. Or the hiring of the director.
And I understand what you're saying, but I just want to go on the record. This is an aside that I'm the only one being held to the standard where everyone else had carte blanche. So I'm just going to continue, please. But I want that reflected on the record. So what I was trying to say, the system is obviously broken out there at behavioral health. We haven't been able to find a qualified person to man or woman that position as director. We've had highly qualified individuals apply for the job. And if I'm not mistaken, you said there were 6 applications.
Currently, right now.
Okay. I would hope that the county, in its infinite wisdom, will go back and look at those 6 people that are qualified and start vetting the applications, because we need somebody in that director position ASAP. We can't wait until the end of September to start interviewing, because by the time a person in that position of director, it may not be till October, November, possibly the end of the year. A lot can happen during that time frame. And what I'm just saying is, please, we as supervisors have to make sure that we are doing our job to make sure that we're doing everything possible, not just lip service, but everything possible to make sure that we get qualified staff in that position. And so what I was thinking outside the box, I don't even know if this is possible, but when I was on the school board for the Hollister School District, when a school district got itself in trouble financially, there was an organization called FCMAT, Fiscal Crisis Management Team. It came from the state, and when a district could not manage itself, then there was an option for the district to go seek help. Is there an entity like that at the state level for behavioral health to kind of help us right the ship until the organization, cultural study, whatever you want to call it, is completed, until we have somebody in possibly looking at maybe a receivership of some sort? There's chaos going on. So hold on, I'm not asking you, I'm just putting that out there. On your desk, supervisors, you have a little packet that looks like this. I copied it and I gave it to you. There are approximately 50 pages, and they are letters directly from behavioral health employees that have complained and have issues. County Council has a copy of it. HR has a copy. It's a copy of the packet that they gave you. It was handed to me by the SEI union on Sunday morning. So I came in yesterday and I made copies of it, and you each have a copy. And what I just want you to read 2 or 3 of those letters, and you will see what I have been trying to bring to your attention for at least 6 months now. That's all I want to say. Let's possibly look at the receivership option. If there's something like that out there, let's look outside the box to solve the problems, that's all. And the part that pissed me off, when I get pissed off, I cry. The part that pissed me off was you guys were silencing me yet again unnecessarily when you didn't let me have my peace. And so for me, as a supervisor sitting up here, I feel that there's disparate treatment to me as a woman, to me as a passionate no, I'm just saying, I feel that there is disparate treatment. So please don't do that to me, okay? Understand that I know the law. I will stay within the confines of the law. I know an agenda, and I know how to stay within the confines of the agenda item. And my suggestion about looking outside the box was a suggestion. Nobody has to agree with me. Nobody has to like what I said, but you have to give me the opportunity to have my say. I am an elected official, and I have that right to say that, speaking as a supervisor, an elected official from District 5. And I resent the fact that you all try to muzzle me. Okay, and that's it.
I appreciate your opinion, Supervisor Gonzalez, but that's not what was trying to happen at all. The goal was to stay on topic, right? We had agreed that we went a little bit off topic. We needed to bring it back. I asked questions. I didn't get into the weeds. I know other supervisors commented on what that could have looked like, and even our CAO. Yeah, so just really quick, FICMAT, what you mentioned, I appreciate that sentiment, but FICMAT is something that actually gets triggered. I was also on the school board, and it's something that actually no school board wants.
Correct.
That's the state saying, I'm going to come in, we're going to assess you, and if you guys are doing something wrong, then you guys are in trouble. We're going to take over your district. I don't know anybody who would say, let's go ahead and bring in an organization that would take over our county authority.
After you've read those letters, you might have a second thought about that.
And I was going to comment on that, Supervisor Gonzalez. So I read about 4 of the letters, right? So just my general understanding so far of what I have read is obviously there's not, besides the people that sound.
I'm sorry. Did we want to put anything on as a future agenda item regarding operational issues or letters?
I was just going to generalize it.
I was just trying to make sure that from
I'm
here
not
on
going to
out.
get into details, Barbara.
Well,
yeah.
I mean,
So just bottom line is I've read some of them, and at the end of the day, I feel like the concerns, there's a lot of subjective elements. So I'll just leave it at that. Yeah. So anyways, there's a lot of subjective elements. I think when it comes down to what we're trying to do is already happening, right? What the goal is already happening. We have Henny, our new HR director. She's in charge of ultimately assessing relationships and any issues with human resource management. We have MRG here. Their goal is specific to actually addressing the internal issues, right? And a lot of them could be very easily just things that need to be tightened up. Obviously, there's different departments. The court system was part of that confusion that was mentioned earlier. So I just wanted to make sure we clarify. I'm going to let Supervisor Tiffany speak, and if any other supervisor had some final comments, so we can move on.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll try to make my comments a little brief. First of all, I mean, this is an incredibly difficult and obviously extremely important department and topic that we're dealing with. What I want to emphasize is that this is not something that, as some of the speakers have mentioned, that just suddenly have come in front of us in the last month or so. The consultants we have is certainly, it's not damage control. There's a lot of huge issues that have to be dealt with, but it's something that we've been working on. Just a little background. I joined the board at the beginning of 2021, so just under 2 years ago, and I was, because I was very passionate about it for a variety of reasons, I was appointed to the Behavioral Health Board along with Supervisor Gonzalez. And she and I sat on the Behavioral Health Board last year until Supervisor Dirks replaced Supervisor Gonzalez. But I've been on the Behavioral Health Board for the last year and a half plus. And right from the very beginning, one of the, as a new board member, one of the things that I immediately was strongly pushing for was to see a change frankly, at the helm of the Behavioral Health Department, because I felt that very strongly, and many other people and outside organizations felt very strongly that it was there was time for change and new direction within the Behavioral Health Department, and ultimately our longtime director retired. And I was very, as was mentioned by Henny, I was personally very involved in the initial recruitment process for a new director. I was personally in the meetings. So when I hear certain individuals claiming that, certain applications weren't looked at, or that there was some nefarious, implied some nefarious thing going on as far as certain applicants not being looked at, or there was favoritism, I can tell you that that's just absolutely not true. I was involved in it along with the rest of the Behavioral Health Board. In closed sessions, we reviewed, after the staff did an initial review, we reviewed a number of different applications. We narrowed it down, as Henny said, we narrowed it down to 5 finalists, I believe. And then I sat up here and we had an interview panel and interviewed those 5 applicants. There was, I believe, 1 or 2 internal candidates, and then there were 3 or 4 outside candidates. We had 2 extremely qualified candidates, and frankly, I was very excited about the fact that it looked very positive in terms of finding a new director. These 2 candidates that were head and shoulders above the other 2, they were from the outside. They had given strong indication they were very interested in joining us. And then, as Henny said, after we offered a position to the first one and then the second one, they decided not to join us, which was extremely frustrating. We continued to look for someone, but as I think people know, throughout the state, it's extremely hard to find good candidates to step into director positions in any number of levels, but also particularly, I think, behavioral health department. And then we, as San Benito County, we have our own issues in being, trying to compete in different ways. So it's an extremely difficult area. We are, as was pointed out in the grand jury report, and this is certainly not new news to those of us who are familiar with it, we are greatly understaffed. We have roughly, out of ideally having about 21 clinicians for a full staff, at the latest, as far as I know, we have probably about half of that. We have tried actively to look for new clinicians without a lot of success, and it's a problem throughout the state. I would strongly encourage that we work more collaboratively with outside organizations, and I think that's a new direction that we will, new community-based organizations, a direction that I think a new director will probably have us look at, because there's a great need for it. But anyway, I want to make the point is that while this is an extremely difficult situation, we greatly need new leadership. And obviously some of the problems we're dealing with demonstrates a tremendous lack of leadership. There certainly is a extremely strong desire and an urgency to get someone to fill this position and to solve the problem. And I'm very much looking forward to the report from our consultants, and they have a lot of expertise. And I would second Supervisor Gonzalez's comment that we strongly need to look at the 6 applicants. We've been looking for more applicants, and just recently we've started to get some additional ones in. But we have to make sure it's the right person, because this is a huge job, and there's a lot of work to be done. And obviously, as is demonstrated, for cultural reasons and otherwise, this is not something that just anyone can just step in. It's a very, very important job. So anyway, those are my comments. I'm still on the Behavioral Health Board, and for the next 4 months, while I'm still a supervisor, this is certainly one of my highest priorities, is to try to start the process of improving the situation by getting, whether we reorganize and then we have a strong number 2 person, or we get a new director, that we move forward. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Tiffany. Supervisor Dirks?
I'll be brief, because Supervisor Tiffany basically summed everything up as far as the recruitment process from the perspective of the supervisors sitting on that board. I'm an alternate, but because there's only one person as supervisor assigned, I've been able to go to all the meetings as well. And so I really appreciate the process that we're going through. And that last piece that Supervisor Tiffany said, I think this can't be reiterated enough. If anything at all, we can all agree today that this is a very important position, especially in light of everything that we've gone through with the last 2 years with COVID and the light that has been shown on mental health and everything that goes along with that. And so I think it is really important that we, while there's an urgency there to move the process forward, that it has to be the right person, that we can't just fill it to fill it. And so that has been the goal of the Behavioral Health Board, because it has a whole separate board as well. And so I think that we're doing the process, and we're taking the opportunity with MRG to make sure that the person we do select is the right person. And hopefully they'll be able to fulfill those duties. Those are my comments.
So if nothing else, if we can move on to the next item.
I just want, just for the record, I will be meeting with the Behavioral Health Board on Thursday to go over the current status as well. So I will be sharing this information as well with the board.
Thank you, Henny.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
All right. Item 1.2, RMA.
Get out of this, sorry.
Abraham?
Thank you.
Thank you, Bob.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Good morning once again. The item before you is in response to the board's direction from the August 23rd, 2022 regular board meeting to bring a resolution indicating that the board does not support housing development in the northwest area of the county of San Benito, identified as the Bolsa New Study Area. The Bolsa Study Area is identified as one of 4 new community study areas in the land use element of the San Benito County 2035 General Plan. A map of the community study areas is attached to as one of your links in the packet, and Vanessa from Clerk of the Board was kind enough to put it up on the screen as well. The Bolsa study area consists of approximately 11,657 acres within approximately 170 parcels, and it is located mostly north of Wright Road along Highway 25 all the way to the north, and then west of Highway 101. The general plan designates the Bolsa study area mostly within the agricultural land use designation and within the rangeland land use designation. The agricultural designation currently allows for 1 dwelling unit per 5 acres, and the rangeland designation currently allows for 1 dwelling unit per 40 acres. Per the general plan, although the new community study areas can include a range of possibilities from new towns to mixed-use master plan communities, the general plan specifies that any new master plan proposal would require a few things. One, it would be a general plan amendment. If anybody was interested in implementing a new community area, they would have to come in with a general plan amendment proposal. 2, they would need a specific plan application. And 3, they would need conformance with the California Environmental Quality Act. Staff would make sure that CEQA is met for any of the proposals. And obviously, we would require public hearing meetings before the Planning Commission and before the Board of Supervisors. We would like to bring to your attention that since the 2035 San Benito County General Plan was adopted in the year 2015, it has become apparent that a number of policies and resource constraints may make residential development, in particular within the new Bolsa community study area, be undesirable. These policies and resource constraints include, for example, one, inadequate transportation infrastructure until such time as Highway 25 can be constructed. Also, another constraint, two, a lack of jobs housing balance in the county, and limiting development in the unincorporated portions of San Benito County to commercial or industrial uses to provide jobs, tax revenue, and impact fees is a priority under the economic development element of the general plan. And also, the regional housing needs allocations, the RHNA, includes goals and policies to emphasize that residential growth should mostly occur within the city of Hollister and not necessarily within the productive farmland of our unincorporated county. Very briefly, a little bit about the other community areas. For example, San Juan New Community Study Area, as you can see on the screen, located mostly to the west of San Juan Bautista. Since 2015, large areas of the San Juan New Community Study Area have been or are in the process of being set aside with open space, habitat, or agricultural conservation easements or land trusts, making most of the designated area for the San Juan Special Study Area unsuitable for development as a new community. Also, much of the Fairview Community Study Area, which is located east of Fairview, such as east of McCloskey, as you can see on the screen, and all the way to the north to 156, was already developed in large lots, like 5-acre lots or larger, agricultural zone residential subdivisions in the 1990s. And most of the remainder consist of prime or important farmland, which may be best preserved and protected rather than master plan housing communities. And finally, the Union Road New Community Study Area includes the already planned San Juan Oaks development and also 5 CSA residential developments consisting of Hidden Valley, CSA number 15, Union Heights, CSA number 35, Ashford Highlands, number 38, Hollister Ranch Estates, number 49, and Montebello, number 52. Also, the Union Road New Community Study Area includes significant areas of prime agricultural lands that, as a result, have limited areas that might be consistent with an opportunity for the development of a new community. So now, in order to implement the not supporting the housing change and policy, the 2035 San Benito County General Plan would have to be amended. And the amendment process can be initiated by the Board of Supervisors, such as if it is a desire of it to go on. If you adopt this resolution that is attached, that is basically the initiation of that general plan amendment, directing staff to work on that general plan amendment. And that's per San Benito County Code Section 19.29.003, as indicated as part of your staff report transmittals. And it's also within attaching the resolution. And although the amendment of the general plan can take at least 6 months, because it would have to require the review of CEQA, hopefully shortly thereafter, the Board of Supervisors, if it is so the desire of the board, could by a 4/5 vote adopt an urgency ordinance that would take immediate effect to prohibit or restrict residential or modify the new community study areas and the general plan. And 2, if it is so the desire of the board, provide staff direction to bring forward an urgency ordinance pursuant to California Government Code Section 65858 to prohibit or restrict residential development in the Bolsa or other new community study areas of the county while the general plan amendment process is underway for consideration at a future board meeting. Thank you for your time. At this point, if you have any questions, we'll be happy to answer. We also have county counsel here that can answer any type of legal questions as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Abraham. Before I go to the board, if we can do public comment, Madam Clerk.
Members of the public who wish to speak, please provide a speaker card. Those on Zoom, please press *9 on your phone or raise your hand icon on your screen. Jan Sexton?
Good morning.
Maybe, would you like to come over here, please?
I can get loud. But perhaps you'd rather I not. When I first heard of this coming before the supervisors, it struck me as a bit of political theater and a way to remove the areas of concern from the general plan right before the public gets a chance to consider Measure Q, which would take future decisions like this away from the supervisors and give them to the citizens of the county. I trust the citizens of the county. In the past, I have not trusted the supervisors to make good land planning decisions, and so this doesn't. You can remove these areas of future planning from the general plan, and then after the election, you can put them right back on. So this vote from the supervisors does not make me feel comfortable that we are really being transparent and honest about how we're handling land planning in the county. I think that what we have on that map is a map for an amazing amount of sprawl with new commercial nodes and new bedroom communities going up all over San Benito County, and I would hate to see that happen. So I would like to see our growth be really focused and intelligently planned so that we're doing infill, we're keeping new housing affordable and focused on areas where we're already providing services, so that we're not creating more development that the county long-term cannot afford. Once the developer fees have been spent, we're still providing schools and hospitals and fire departments and emergency services for all of those new families that don't spend money here, that don't really live in this community. They just sleep here and go work somewhere else. We don't need more of that development, and so I would encourage you to table this, I guess, and let the voters decide come this election round. And then if you want to change the plan to suit what you think would be better land use, if it's still in your purview, you could have a chance. Thank you.
Julio Rodriguez?
Always this little tall. Just kind of build off of what the woman was saying. Absolutely, I think this is 100% political theater. These community study areas have been in the general plan for the last 7 years. Why now, all of a sudden, do you want to remove them? And it's absolutely to push, I believe, a political agenda, which, quite frankly, that's not the job of the Board of Supervisors. Your job is not to be making this political. And that's essentially what it is. Your own reports from 2010, if you guys read your reports before the 2015 general plan, so excuse me, you guys weren't elected or on the board yet, but the 2010 reports were echoing what the gentleman was saying, what the staff was saying. The growth, the industrial growth, the commercial growth, it needs to happen in the city of Hollister, the county chair. I get it, the county needs money, but that's what tax sharing agreements are for. That's what negotiations are for. And quite frankly, the county needs money. Well, sorry, but the Board of Supervisors, you guys put us in this mess. Previous administration. The board, frankly, the board can't be trusted, but frankly, other points, this is just speculation at this point, but the new community study area, the reason why I believe the reason why for the removal is because there are certain specific plans that are not compliant. I'll just say it, Strata Verde, as of right now, is not compliant with the general plan. By removing these community study areas, Strata Verde becomes compliant. That's what this is about. It's about making specific plans compliant with the general plan. And there's nothing altruistic about it. And like I said, frankly, I think it's disappointing. I think it's political theater. So thank you for letting me speak.
Elias Salinas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for letting me speak. So there is an imbalance between jobs and housing. This subject was brought up by Supervisor Tiffany, that we should try to take a look at this. I have faith, and many people in this community have faith in your staff to make decisions, to do the research, to bring it before you. I have faith that you as an entire board make the correct decisions for the entire county. You're elected to make these decisions for the entire county. While I agree or disagree is irrelevant, it is the majority of you that make the decision. To say that this is a political ploy is absolutely not. This is trying to get ahead of what has been happening in San Benito County. I do not agree that economic development needs to come. Businesses do not need to come into the city of Hollister. Why in God's green earth would the supervisors say no to a new development that would bring economy to the county and say, no, go to the city? That's ridiculous. I disagree with the tax sharing agreement. It's ludicrous, but the decision has been made, and you all can come back later and you can change it one way or the other. It was a decision made by the entire board. I didn't agree with it, but it's done. To say that economic development should come to the city, San Benito County is one of the poorest counties in the state. We need economic development. You go on here, Supervisor Hernandez, and you want to bring in visitors. You want to make money by bringing in hospitality, increasing that. Are you now to say that you don't want the hotels out in the county close to Pinnacles because you want it in the city and the city gets the revenue? This is ridiculous. This is a thought out plan. There's a reason why you guys are bringing this forward. And as far as Measure QR, or what is it, Measure Q, we, the citizens of San Benito County, must do our research. That measure would economically devastate this community, and that has absolutely nothing to do with housing, and it has absolutely nothing to do with the landfill, and Strata Verde has no housing in it. Thank you.
Thank you.
You've been unmuted. Please state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes.
Can you guys hear me? Hello? Hello?
Go ahead, sir.
Okay. Can you hear me? Hello?
He probably muted him.
Can you hear me?
Maybe he could see us.
Do you want to, did you, there's a way for them to unmute themselves on their side? Basically, they have to.
Can you hear me?
They have to be, he has to be unmuted.
Okay,
otherwise-
sorry about that. I don't know what's going on. But anyways, good morning, everybody. My name's Danny Camacho, and I live here right next to Calaveras Elementary School. I just kind of wanted to piggyback off of what the other speakers were saying. The board and the staff need to be clear about one thing. The elimination of the Bolsa Community Study area will not stop housing development in that area. Any suggestion otherwise is either a mistake or a flat out lie. Developers could still submit to the board at any time a plan for housing in an agricultural or commercially zoned property. And with new state legislation, which will allow housing in a commercially zoned area, regardless of a county's general plan, this is going to be the new law. The best way to prevent housing from being built in the Bolsa area near the chemical plant on Highway 25 is for the voters of San Benito County to vote yes on Measure Q or R in November. These measures will place the power in the San Benito County voters to ensure that we are not developing property in areas that will increase traffic, are next to dangerous, hazardous chemical plants, or destroy agricultural farm ground, which has been around for hundreds of years here in this area. Let the voters decide whether any housing should be allowed in the Bolsa area near the chemical plant on 25, not the current or future Board of Supervisors, and definitely not the state of California. This elimination of the Bolsa study area is just another case of board staff trying to support the Stradivari project, Measure N, which was defeated by voters in 2020. Leaving this decision to develop the property next to a chemical plant on 25 to the Board of Supervisors or the state of California is a mistake. Let us decide. The board action to eliminate the Bolsa community study area is nothing more than a public relations stunt to support Stradivari. It will not stop housing. Only yes on Q and R will stop housing on the Bolsa area. Thank you, supervisors.
Yeah, if I can take the lead, since I asked that this be put on the agenda item, and I might say I think I got pretty much universal support in that. Well, first of all, I find it ironic that people that are apparently proponents of Q are saying that this is so-called political theater when the reason why I felt that this was important was because of really their political ploy to try to wrongfully use these new community study areas as indications that it was our secret plan to build this housing out in the Balsa area, around the Stradivari area, as well as other areas. And I can't speak to why these new community study areas were put in the general plan back in 2015. But certainly this board had nothing to do with that. And I felt it was very important because, again, politically, the Pork people were using these new community study areas as an indication that, again, we were planning to have these big new communities build up throughout the county, which is just absolutely false. And in spite of the fact that we kept, myself and many of us up here kept repeating that Stradivari had no housing part of it, nor did we have any intent to build housing outside of Stradivari, we continue to hear these outright lies that that was not the case. So I felt that this is a way to, if we just get rid of these new community study areas once and for all, that would help undercut that erroneous message that was out there. I find it, again, very ironic that they would rather see us not remove them than, I guess, and just leave them there, which really undercuts what I would think they would ultimately want, which is not housing out there. The other thing I'll just mention is that we continue to hear this message that, you know, you vote for Measure Q, suddenly it's going to stop housing and traffic's going to improve and everything else. The reality is, again, as one speaker said, everyone needs to get educated on Measure Q. it really has nothing or very little to do with housing. It has to do with removing commercial nodes and gutting our ability to bring in commercial and industrial development in the unincorporated areas of the county, which will dramatically reduce our ability to provide the kind of services we need to provide to our constituents, which will then mean that will affect schools and roads and on and on and on. If the proponents of Q think that suddenly this, if it passes, suddenly our services are going to improve and traffic is going to magically go away, they're going to be, sadly surprised. And I strongly urge people, vote no on Q. But anyway, just getting back to what we have on the today is that I strongly urge my fellow supervisors to pass this resolution, which starts the process of removing not just the Bolsa area, but I would suggest we remove all 4 of these new community study areas. They create a lot of confusion and add to, to this narrative that's false. And I would also, in addition to urge that we support the resolution today, that we strongly support directing staff to put together an urgency ordinance that would come back at our next meeting that would immediately, put the removal of these in place while the amendment process is going forward. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Tiffany. Supervisor Gonzalez?
Yes, I was actually, we were at a HAC meeting and we were talking about how these new communities of study came into fruition. And when the general plan was being discussed, it was what other possible areas could be developed. And that's where these came into fruition. So it's not like there was this grand scheme to build a new town somewhere. And when we get accused of political theater, I strongly disagree and I take issue with that, because Supervisor Kosmicki and I couldn't be further from political spectrums in terms of being on the same place, but both he and I agreed that we as a county should put something in writing where building houses would never happen on the Bolsa Road. I don't care about QR, whatever, but this has nothing to do with trying to circumvent anything. It is to clear the record and to make sure that there is no housing there whatsoever. So take it or leave it, but that's the truth of the matter. It's not political theater. Nobody's trying to circumvent anything. We're just trying to clear the record while we are sitting here at the dais. That's it.
Supervisor Dirks?
Thank you. To piggyback off of what Supervisor Gonzalez has said, Supervisor Tiffany, I mean, this is about, you want transparency, we're giving you transparency. And so this is where we stand as the current board. None of us were here in 2015. In fact, a lot of our RMA department wasn't here either. It's a new board. It's a kind of a new day, so to speak. And this is where we stand. And we're putting our money where our mouth is. And we're making a move to make sure that it's very clear to the public that we take away some of the vagueness that we have now identified in the general plan and make sure that it's really clear to people about where we stand as a current board. And this is where we are. And I appreciate Supervisor Tiffany bringing this up. Thank you.
Supervisor Kosmicki?
Yes, thank you. We seem to agree on a lot, Supervisor Gonzalez, for being on the far end of the political spectrum from each other. So these community study areas, I'm going to say what I said, going back to before I was a supervisor. They're reckless. They're completely out of touch with the desires of our residents. If you go around and talk to people, you'll find that out pretty quick. And they underscored really how flawed the process was to develop this general plan. In fact, I've publicly supported their removal. Like I said, even when I was campaigning, getting these community study areas out of the general plan, they make absolutely no sense. They're sprawl by definition, and even hinting at the possibility of residential growth in these areas, particularly the Bolsa, and I think the others as well. This San Juan area, study area is, I represent that area, and to me, it's just completely ludicrous that was even discussed. That said, I am uncomfortable with the timing, I'll be honest, of the considerations since ballots are going out, in a matter of weeks, and I don't think we can deny that this is at least motivated by the implications of Measure R and Q. I understand that. I've said publicly I'm not getting involved in campaigning on these measures, but as somebody who's sitting back and seeing this, I can certainly, I certainly do feel somewhat uncomfortable with the timing because there are implications with the measures, and I'm fairly certain, you can correct me if I'm wrong, I'm fairly certain that's at least part of the motivation is to try to clarify to the public that this Board of Supervisors is not going to be okay with housing in any of those areas, particularly the Bolsa study area. And I don't want to put words in your mouth, Supervisor Tiffany, certainly. But I will repeat what I've said numerous times. Housing development should be in and around the city of Hollister, should not be sprawled out into the unincorporated areas as envisioned in this general plan. And then I do want to remind the board, hopefully maybe we can pick up this discussion at some point, probably not by the end of the year. We have a lot on our plate. That when I proposed a 1% annual cap on single-family housing growth in the unincorporated area, I didn't have a single supervisor that was willing to support even bringing that back to the board. Mind you, Supervisor Dirks was not on the board at the time.
To clarify, the growth cap?
Yes. Yeah, that I brought up as a future item, and I did not get a second person that wanted to even have that discussion. I also want to remind the public, when there was this debate about whether to eliminate the Highway 101 commercial nodes from the general plan a couple years ago, the primary argument I heard against their removal was this plea about all the time and effort that went into developing the general plan. How dare we second guess the general plan, all the dozens if not hundreds of people that were involved in that debate that led to the development of the general plan. Now here we are considering the removal of another signature element of the general plan because there's an acknowledgement it's extremely flawed. So I do find it that dynamic between those two items, I find that hypocritical to say the least. At least we can now all agree once and for all that this general plan is not perfect, and it's not meant to be perfect. It's a fluid document that's meant to be looked at and reconsidered over time. And there's nothing wrong with questioning specific aspects of the general plan. There's nothing wrong with being critical while also appreciating the time and effort that went into the development of something of this nature. So while I do agree with removing these study areas, they never should have been included in this general plan. And, this should have happened a long time ago, frankly. And I also want to point out this can't be the end of this dialogue for me. I mean, we have more work to do to make sure that we're putting mechanisms in place to prevent major housing development down the line, particularly in areas that are inappropriate for development out in the unincorporated areas. The farther you get away from services, the more costly these developments are for the community. And that's putting aside inconveniences with traffic and frustrations of being on the road too long. We have to pay for these housing developments, and they do not pay for themselves. That is something that I think we can all hopefully agree on. When you put a housing development miles from city services, you are creating a new community. You do need to support that community with services that come with a lot of costs. So I just want to say the bottom line is there will be inherent pressures going forward. This is not going to end the fact that developers are going to continue to put pressure on this county. They have for decades. There's no reason to believe they'll stop now. And removing these designations won't deter developers once this election is over. I firmly believe that. I'm certain of it. So removing the new community study areas, though, obviously is a better alternative than leaving them in. I am not going to be the only supervisor on this board to vote against removing something called a new community study area from the general plan. I'm not going to do that because I'm not going to allow people to twist my perspective around. I certainly don't support these new community study areas, and I am going to vote in favor of removing them. And lastly, let's see here. Oh, I 100% agree. If we're going to look at the BOLSA, there's no logical reason not to remove all 4 of these community study areas from the general plan. Thank you.
There's a lot of stuff, Supervisor Kozmicki. So my comments, just to clarify a little bit on the growth cap element. I can't speak for the other supervisors, but I know for me, and I wish I could have a Rolodex memory, but when that conversation came up, I know I was thinking about the growth cap that the city of Hallstead had already established. There are state laws against that. They basically said we couldn't do that. They actually, forced them to rescind it, right? So the city of Hallstead was, that's why.
I don't mean to interrupt, but the county's exempt from that particular.
Well, all I'm saying is there's also RENA. So when you're dealing with a growth cap, it's not just a simple yes or no, right? Because there's other elements that complicate things. RENA is an expectation in and of itself that says we have to allow for housing, right? 6,000 homes within the city and the county. And I know there's a negotiated element. I actually agreed with you, Supervisor Kozmicki. We needed to push back on the state. It didn't go anywhere. I've actually been arguing for local control for a really long time. That doesn't mean that it's an easy conversation, but it's a conversation that should be had. I mean, to a certain extent, part of the onus really lands on all of us that we've deferred and deflected the state as it's positioned itself to mandate us into compliance, where now we're dealing with infrastructure issues. Now we're dealing with the inability to manage our own resources. Now we're dealing with the lack of us to be able to even hire, right, because of the competitiveness around us. So there's all these things that are pressuring us, and the infrastructure is an issue. But I do agree, we've actually addressed these issues. I know when Santana Ranch came up, and I think it was prior to Supervisor Dirks coming on board, we pushed back on Santana Ranch and didn't allow it to just move forward, because part of the requirement was for them to allow the low-income housing or the condos basically to be built. So that all that to be said is we've made it clear as a board, we don't want to allow for housing in the unincorporated area. That's actually been consistently said. So this is, if anything, I mean, whether it should have happened right away, right? I mean, part of it is this is my 4th year as a county supervisor. We have a pretty brand new board, right? So there's definitely, I would imagine there should be a window of grace for folks to try to adapt to understanding how we can actually use our authority to make sure that we're actually representing our district. But in general, the sentiment was, and it has been publicly stated, we don't want to allow housing in the unincorporated area. So, and I think there's plenty of evidence showing that, but there's also other elements. County council, I'm pretty sure, could agree with entitlements, and then projects that already happened before our authority, and then you're also dealing with land that was general plan amended to allow for certain for certain types of developments that there could be an issue of basically a takings issue. It's not as simple just let's just take people's authority away to be able to use their land how they want. So there's a prudent and diligent process in making sure that we're doing our job, but it's consistent with the law, and it's not trying to violate anybody's rights. So there's all these layers, and it's just not a simple, let's do a 1% growth cap. And so basically, again, this is an intent to clarify to the public what the will of the board is when it comes to housing. Yeah, for the record, it's kind of amazing that people are pushing back on us not allowing housing in the community study area when that's the argument, is not wanting housing in our, basically in the unincorporated area. That's exactly what we're doing here, and it seems to be that we're still, it's not good enough, right? It's kind of weird. And then I do appreciate, so there's all these unintended consequences. The tax sharing agreement was brought up by someone from the public. That by default says, if we're dealing with the tax sharing agreement where we signed, where basically the city of Hollister has 70%, now we're officially handing off that responsibility when it comes to, I would say, more housing at that point to become infill, to become, within the city's sphere of influence. That's actually a good thing, I would imagine, right? That's what people want, is everything within already the infrastructure, and by default that means if it's close to the sewer and the water and all that, right, there's less cost, there's more mitigation of issues, right? You already have the city of Hollister handling a lot of those resources anyways. And then what happens when commercial is taken off the authority of the Board of Supervisors? Now just speaking to Measure Q itself, right? As one individual supervisor, the moment we say no to, that happens, the vote of the people happens, right? And it takes away that authority for us to manage commercial projects. It's officially going to go to, that's why I call it a landlock initiative. It's officially going to go to the public, or to the person that would want to propose a commercial development, for them to take that project into an election cycle with an ERR cost. I don't know who is going to want to do business in bringing forward a project if they have to go through such huge hoops to bring that project to our county. So bottom line is there's a housing scenario that's going to be a default, right? John Chadwell had mentioned his article that there's parcels being bought up around, and I'm just using as an example to argue of the reality that what housing impacts are we going to be dealing with if if the intended motive is for us to make sure that we're actually being profitable or manageable, I would say, as far as our being revenue neutral, right? Right now we're looking at deficiencies. Then I'm just using as an example when it comes to the Strata Verde project, there's parcels being bought by individuals, and that's what the article states, that are actually that it's housing money, right? So the very thing that we don't want is what will happen. And this is all that to be said, the intent of this that I've heard from my fellow board members, and I myself have stated, is we actually want to show the public that we mean it, where we don't want housing in the current, in the county jurisdiction, or we want to minimize the impacts of housing. Those are my final comments. Supervisor Tiffany?
Can I make a motion?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we, first of all, adopt the resolution to initiate the general plan amendment process to eliminate the new community study areas in the general plan. And then second of all, also direct staff to bring forward at our next meeting an urgency ordinance pursuant to prohibit or restrict residential development in the in the new community, all 4 new community areas of the county while the general plan amendment process is underway.
I'll second that.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So now on to item 1.3. CAO Espinoza.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, this particular item your board requested. So we are going to, with the pleasure of having Monica Leon here. She's our new PIO, and she'll be presenting on this item, providing you a scope of what she's working on and some of the great work she's been involved with. So, Monica?
Alrighty. Thank you, Chair and Board of Supervisors, for allowing me to talk to you today. Today, we're going to briefly talk about the communication strategy that we have within San Benito County. It's just going to be a brief presentation. These are kind of some of the areas that I'm going to be going over: the mission, the values, community engagement, the PIO, projects, policy, media relations, communications, and how to continue to connect with us. So San Benito County's mission: to adopt policies that reflect the goals and priorities of the community, design a network of services that prioritizes public safety, equality, economic vibrancy, while balancing commitments to region-rich history and prosperous future. So this mission can be found within the strategic plan. So if you guys are all interested, that is something that we're going to be following. The mission and values, the values and vision. This is important while taking communication strategy as we foster the vision and values that have been identified by the San Benito County. The vision, as it reads, the San Benito County is a community that provides collaborative and affordable public services through diversity, innovation, and transparency. And then also this brings to the strategic plan. So community engagement was one of the main elements that was brought through the strategic plan, and that is going to be one of the primary areas that I'm be covering as a public information officer. This just basically highlights all of the areas that are embedded within community engagement, creating public-private partnerships, communication, and cross-jurisdictional relationships. So public information officer and my goals and priorities. To support the mission and vision of San Benito County, strengthen community partnerships, enhance and focus on communication channels, foster cross-jurisdictional relationships, provide internal and external communications. So some of my current projects right now that I'm currently working on, as I've been here for just a little over a month, is updating some of our policy as social media has obviously grown, especially through the need of communicating through all of our current residents. So we have several social media accounts that we are kind of elaborating throughout the county. Also, fostering media relations. I'm getting to know all the media outlets that we currently had through COVID and creating those connections and understanding that I'm going to be their main point of contact. Internal and external communications. I'm trying to help promote county communication on new and ongoing programs and services and trying to foster those relationships. And then moving forward to policy. So educating staff on best practices, trending social media methods. I'm trying to get a catalog of all of our social media accounts, as through COVID, a lot of people were communicating through social media platforms to the community. So cataloging and understanding how many players we actually have in social media. Same, the Sheriff's Department has an account, behavioral health. There's a lot of different accounts that are going out. And so I'm trying to catalog those and make sure that we all have a good understanding of who's pushing out information through the county and making sure that it is all within line. Once again, updating policies with our current department heads. As through there's been motion, as people have come and gone, I want to make sure that there's good contacts throughout the entire county to make sure that we have good people to be in touch with if I need to do follow-up on different posts that are being made, or vice versa, if they need to follow up with me and need more information and guidance. Providing guidance for maximum reach and engagement. I know I've reached out to probation, the Sheriff's Department, just to help them with their branding, kind of what their ultimate goals are. Some of them might not really even need help, but they just want to have that backup and kind of understanding how to push out their message. I'm currently working on a very beginning stages for internal social media team for strategic messaging. So everyone kind of has their own players that kind of specialize in social media messaging for the outreach for the community. So I kind of want to bring everybody together and kind of feed off of that. Elections have people that help create their messaging, and if we can come together in a cohesive team, then we can kind of be all on the same page and sharing information. So maybe somebody needs to highlight a very big program that is ongoing in October, so we want to make sure we're giving them the space to make sure that their program is getting the reach that they're looking for. So media relations, sharing the county story, branding, authentic content. So as of right now, I'm trying to establish a brand and creating that. And I'm doing that by making sure that our county seal is kind of pushed down on all of our social media posts, that we're branding and making sure that we are giving the good message, that we are the one pushing out the information, and that community members are now understanding that we are a good source of information that they can now come to. Foster relationships between community, media, and county. So by doing this, creating a message brand and also making information available and an easy way to get it, essentially is showing the community that they can reach us and that we are here to share information with them. Enhanced communication channels. Once again, we have, a lot of people may not know, we have Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, Nixle, and now Nextdoor. So these are all information platforms, communication platforms that we're trying to enhance and establish with the community to know that we're trying to reach them. Also, this is another good way to save money and resources, share information timely, transparent, and just really enhance our overall communication. And by doing this is because that way you're not going from source to source, you're getting it directly from the county. So that's another way. Internal and external communications. Promote county communications on new ongoing programs and services. So promote county employee pride with an internal newsletter. A lot of times communication is lost within. New employees come on, you know, it's always a really great feeling to be welcomed and being on board with a new team. So that kind of creates an internal pride to be part of the county. Employee relationship building. I mean, I'm meeting people all across the county and I know I can call on them. People from probation, people from behavioral health. I'm able to connect with them and that's a really good feeling. Providing a communication pathway to the county community members. I know county community members, it might be difficult to kind of either navigate through our phone tree or reach somebody on the phone, but social media is an easy way to connect. I've been putting out several posts, and if people are asking for factual information or resources where they can get it out, it's an easy way for me to kind of key in and realize pulling information from our website, giving them that information where they can find it. Engage with the community and county stakeholders. Again, this is another way to give kudos to different departments throughout the county. The sheriff's department might have put something on, or there's a new program going on through behavioral health. It's easy for me to reshare that information and share a singular voice and making sure that everybody's getting that communication and just really putting the information out there accessible to everybody. Spotlight new and upcoming projects. I don't know if you guys follow us, but I put stuff out about our grant and just some of the new things that are kind of going down the pipeline. Beat the heat. We had some heat notifications that went out, and we had some really good stakeholders. AMR worked with EOS as well as the police department, so that was really great. And the county is doing wonderful things, but it's making sure that we are able to showcase them and show all these great things that the county is offering and or doing. And then with that, I'm just gonna kind of lead you with our how to connect with us. I will say that we are just recently on Nextdoor, that got approved by Nextdoor to be a county entity. They do some background. We are verified on our Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram, and that is actually a process that has to go through to make sure that we are a reliable source of information. So that little blue check mark is a big deal in the social media world. And again, please sign up for our Nixle. You can do this by zip code or by email, and it's a notification process. And it's not only good just for hearing county news, but it's good for public safety. If there's a road closure or some sort of emergency, it's an easy way for them to get connected with you in the event to avoid that area of, of any type of avoidance that you might need to do. That's kind of a brief
Hold
overview.
on, can you clarify the Nixle? So in order for someone to sign up, they have to type that number and plus the zip code?
Yes, so that's going to be if you want to do that for mobile notifications, but you can also sign up for email notifications. So depending on whatever the user would like, you can do that. This is just an easier way. I just put it on my slide. Thank you. Yes.
Before we go further, if we can go to the public, if there's any public comment.
Members of the public who wish to speak, please provide a speaker card. Those on Zoom, please press star 9 on your phone or raise your hand icon on your screen.
That was a great report. Thank you. So I just have a general question for the public because they do have a lot of comments out there. I just want to be assured that when she's saying she's having dialogue, that there is no one-on-one dialogue on it. It's just facts as in links and not a dialogue. Does that make sense? Is that going to put the PIO in a situation where if the PIO is having a one-on-one dialogue on social media, she's representing the county, and I realize that it's facts, but should there be dialogue or should there only be, here's the link and this is where you can go get the information? Or like say, somebody says, oh, that's not true, that's, the sky is blue, and then the PIO says, actually the sky is red. That type of dialogue. I hope I'm making sense. Thank you.
Yes, so it will be all backed up by fact-based, whether it's a link from our website. Nothing is going to be engaging as far as anything out of context as it relates to the program that is either being questioned or resources. Like I think there was a question about where the cooling centers were going to be located. I provided that source of information.
You've been unmuted. Please state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you. This is Valerie Eglund with Reach San Benito Parks Foundation. And we have accounts with Facebook and Twitter and all these different things, Instagram. And we're putting out information about parks all the time. And so to find that we've got a PIO who is working or looking to work with nonprofits as well is super, super exciting. It's something that our web mistress has suggested for a long time, that the county should be partnering with nonprofits that support the county. And I agree with Ms. Salinas as well, that dialogue, how I can see what our PIO just said, that you ask a question, it can get answered, but to create some ongoing difficulty for the PIO, I imagine that she'll know very well how to handle that or allow what. Congratulations that we've got a PIO, and I know that she's going to do a great job. Thank you.
You've been unmuted. Please state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, Celeste Toledo Bocanegra. I just want to say how fascinating this is. I'm so excited, and thank you so much, finally, to San Benito County for having something, just a foundation where our community can go to for information and factual information for anybody. And that's it, because I know we have one Facebook group and several volunteers in our community who have tried to maybe like, for example, I believe it's called Benito Beat. It's not part of our county. They're just a group of volunteers. I don't know who they are, but the fact that they kind of facade that just makes it look like they work for the county. So I appreciate this, and that blue little link does help, so we know where to go for resources. Thank you.
No more comments.
Okay, bringing it back to the board. Any comments or questions?
Not any comments, just great to have you here, and it's much needed, and look forward to working with you. Thank you.
Supervisor Kozmicki?
Oh, sure, thanks. So great presentation. I'm very, very excited to have you on the staff, and I think you're really a great fit for the role. This, just to remind everyone, this started as a sort of an interim response, this PIO position to the COVID-19 pandemic, when the prior board, including Chair Hernandez, saw the need, and now it's very, very clear, I hope, that, and I know it is, that this is a long, much needed position. It's something that there's a lot of value to communication, and to having good, neutral communication, and somebody who's regularly, doing that it's a big deal, big deal. You could just see the difference, that now that we have somebody on board, even though you're just getting going, I know you're sort of doing a lot behind the scenes right now, but it's made a huge difference in, I think, the perception of the county, and I think that's going to continually improve. I'll just say what I've said before. I think you're on the right track. You don't need to be told what to do. I think a big, I think a key to this whole dynamic is that the Board of Supervisors kind of takes a step back, and if we do have a story idea or an announcement idea, everything's got to go through our CAO. I think that should go without saying, but it's very, very important to me that you feel like you're not in a position that this is there's like political impacts, or that there's too much politics involved in how you're being directed, and I think we're on the right track with that, but I just want to make sure that stays that way going forward. So I think giving you more broad not directives, but broad recommendations now here today is great, but I think we, after today, I think we just need to step back and let you do your job, because I think you're very, very capable of doing it and doing a great job at it. And then, other than that, I think I really liked what you said about also including internal communications. That's a big priority for this county as far as just improving how we communicate with one another, that our employees feel like there's clear communication on various items. So I'm very, very pleased to hear about that. And I would just, now that we're doing this one-time thing, I would just urge our CAO and our department heads, whenever you have an idea for something, if an announcement, particularly positive recognitions, I would really hope that we have a lot of that just as a structured part of what you're doing. Samuel High School, for instance, does a great job of consistently putting out, positive communication about the organization. And it's not, I don't think it's done in a way where you feel like it's propaganda. It's just, it's part of what's going on, and the public just isn't often hearing those stories. And so I'm hopeful, and I know that that's a big part of what you do going forward. And also, we're going to have crises that come up. We're going to have emergencies. We're going to have the sheriff's office here. We're going to have emergency incidents where you got to, buckle down and just, really focus, and spend probably 2 or 3 days on one. And I talked to you briefly about this when you came on board. There's going to be times when you got to shift your entire plate on, and just shift to that incident. We had the fires a couple months ago where that would have been one where you're very likely just sort of focusing your efforts all of a sudden. And I know you know that, and coming from the public safety background especially, I know you know that. And then I think that's it. The only other thing, I think that's it. I'll stop talking. Thank you.
Supervisor Dirks?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm so happy that you're here. Communications is a background that I have as well. And I'm particularly pleased to hear about the internal communications piece of it. I think it's so important. We have so many employees and so many different departments in this county. So I really appreciate your specific attention that way as well. I think this will only increase transparency. We've talked a lot about transparency today. And so I think this goes to show that, again, we're making moves to make sure that we're as transparent with the public as possible. So I appreciate your dedication to that and verifying all our social media accounts. A little disappointed TikTok's not on there, but no. But in all seriousness, I really do appreciate the work that you're starting to do, and I look forward to what's coming. Thank you.
I just want to say thank you. It's been a long time coming, and I appreciate it. So echo everything that everybody else has said. You and I have already kind of quasi-communicated. Every time I tag San Benito, I make sure, and so just so that you know what's happening out there with me. So thank you very much.
Okay. So I had just a couple questions, or actually just maybe some couple thoughts as far as making sure that there's a level of checks and balances with the board, that we don't, as individuals, start lobbying you to start throwing our stuff out there, whatever, right? That it's whatever the will of the board is, right? Consistent with the will of the board, and obviously making sure that we have accuracy, clarity, and with maybe policies that, or even liability, right? Trying to prevent liability. So I would imagine you have a team around you to support all that, and then. And then obviously there's got to be like a best practices element, things that relate to the county sphere of influence only, basically other entities not trying to use our platform or whatever for their self-promotion or whatever. Just in general, objective, non-emotional, right? It's just thoughts. But anyways, you did awesome. I love what I heard. I could see that you really vetted the process and making sure that at the end of the day, there's a lot more transparency to the public and engagement, right? Which is really, really important. So thank you for what you did.
Thank you, Monica. I just want to add one comment. Monica has been exceptional. She has an eagerness about herself, and she really is pressing forward. She's been out meeting with department heads. I think she's met with the sheriff already and other department heads, and she's just been out there. It's actually been a real pleasure to have someone on board that has this expertise, so we're happy to have you.
Yep.
Thanks.
Thank you. So one final item before closed session.
We'll get it done, yeah.
Yeah. 1.4, Sheriff, I know you've been waiting. Thank you for your patience.
Great on the television, by the way.
Thank you.
Just got a haircut, I can tell.
Yes, I noticed that.
Well, I've always been envious of Supervisor Kosmicki, so I'm trying to look more like him.
You feel free, don't you?
Yes, I do. It's come with mixed reviews, I'll tell you that. There's a ballot still out at home about this. So thank you for letting us speak to you today. This is overdue that we were supposed to have done this before, but we were a little behind the times on this, catching up and learning how to do this stuff. So today, your presenter is actually going to be Commander Llerena, who I will just get it out of the way right now, is extremely nervous to talk to you all because he hasn't done this before, but that's why we're here to do this together. A law went into effect that basically talks about the fact that we need a few things. We need the board as far as it comes to military equipment, which we do have some of it, and we need it. And it's here for the right reasons, but a law went into effect that we need to bring our policy to the Board of Supervisors for you to review it and approve it. And then after that policy is approved, we will have to come back to you with an ordinance for this board to consider for our military equipment use in this community. The supplemental information that you have has our inventory list of items. Commander Llerena put together a PowerPoint. We did get a little ahead of things. We already did our community presentation on this matter, which is also required by the law at National Night Out. We had some of our equipment there with the PowerPoint and Commander Llerena present. So we're here. He's going to go through his PowerPoint, and then we'll be here to answer any questions for you. But I appreciate you, Chairman Hernandez, and the members of the board for having us here today. So here's Commander Llerena.
Good afternoon, Chair Hernandez and Board of Supervisors. Just like the Sheriff said, it's overdue, so hopefully everything in my PowerPoint can answer your questions, but if you have any other questions after it, then I can try to answer them. So it's Assembly Bill number 481. It's law enforcement and state agency military equipment funding, acquisition and use. The agenda, why Assembly Bill 481, how AB 481 defines military equipment, why equipment is needed, how equipment is funded, acquired, used, the San Benito Sheriff's Office equipment inventory, community engagement activities, and questions and answers. So a little background on AB 481. On September 30th, 2021, Governor Newsom signed 8 police reform bills, including AB 481. It's to increase transparency, accountability, oversight for acquisition and use of equipment, to provide safeguards to protect public's welfare, safety, civil rights, and liberties, to require an annual report, summarize equipment usage and updates, document internal audits, and summarize community feedback, and to create public forum for input and engagement. The goal is to save peaceful resolutions for the involved parties, the public, and officers. The concerns are actions, capabilities, and intentions, and factors that influence sound decisions are time, distance, and cover. The list is long, so I'll just paraphrase it. I won't read everything. So it's the equipment per AB 481. The military equipment is basically an airplane, a helicopter, and unmanned remotely piloted power aerial or ground vehicles. This one's highlighted in red because we have it in our inventory. A wheeled armor vehicle, also known as the MRAP. Wheeled tactical vehicles that are either built to operate both on-road and off-road, also known or referred to as Humvees, a 2.5 ton truck, a 5-ton truck, or have breaching or entry apparatus attached. Tracked armor vehicles that provide ballistic protection to their occupants and utilize a track system instead of wheels. And then this one we also have, it's a command and control vehicles that are either built or modified to facilitate the operational control and direction of public safety units. Weaponized aircrafts, vessels, or vehicles of any kind. Breaching apparatus designed to provide rapid entry into a building or through a secure doorway. These include battering rams, ballistics, such as slugs or explosives in nature. Firearms of 50 caliber or greater, ammunition of 50 caliber or greater, specialized firearms and ammunition of less than 50 caliber other than service weapons, and ammunition of 50 caliber that are issued to officers, agents, or employees of law enforcement. Any firearm accessory that is designed to launch small explosive projectiles. Any large knife designed to be attached to the muzzle, rifle, shotgun, or long gun for purpose of hand-to-hand combat. So we don't have none of those. Explosive and pyrotechnics, including grenades, referred to flashbangs, grenades and explosive breaching tools, riot batons, riot helmets, and riot shields, but excluding service-issued telescopic or fixed-length stray batons. Long-range acoustic devices, we have one of those, we haven't used it. Camouflage uniforms and other uniforms with woodland or desert patterns or solid color uniforms. And then the following are the items we have in inventory that are considered military equipment. A lot of those, we have 16 items and maybe 6 we use. The rest are old and we just have them in our armory we don't use. So it's one long-range acoustic device, one 37 millimeter kinetic projectile / gas projectile launcher, 5 shotguns converted to less lethal use, approximately 511 rounds of less lethal shotgun ammunition, 2 suppressors, silencers, devices, 7 flashbang fuses, 3 reloadable flashbang bodies, 4 CS gun grenades, 12 37 millimeter CS launchable projectiles, 2 37 kinetic impact munitions, 1 machine gun that's used for evidence / training purposes, 14 weapons that qualify as assault weapons under California law for evidence and training purposes, 10 short barrel rifles, 308s and SBRs, 1 AMRAP, 1 Peacekeeper. It's kind of like the AMRAP, right? It's a little bit smaller.
It's a smaller, old-style armored vehicle. It's a personnel carrier.
And then the mobile command vehicle. With the how does this affect San Benito? With the Board of Supervisors approval of Lexi Pool Policy 708, the San Benito Sheriff's Office will continue to have access to each of these, or each of the resources currently available. In addition, the corresponding policies and procedures will remain in effect. Staff will be required to implement a tracking system for equipment use and preparation for AB 481 annual report. This is an increase to the existing workload. Without the Board of Supervisor approval of Lexi Pool Policy 708, the department will cease the use of equipment designated by AB 481 as the equipment as this equipment. The department will be required to reassign our policies, procedures, and operations for critical incident response. This includes our ability to provide and receive mutual aid, and public safety will be negatively impacted.
So good. See, he did a good job, right? So let me jump in. Lexipol is what we use as our policy manual. So old school way of doing things is when you went there, you had departmental orders or policy manuals that were written by the department and they're in a binder. And so now we use this company called Lexipol, which is nationwide. It is best practices there. So when you take a Lexipol policy, for us to be able to modify it, there's certain things in it that are locked that we cannot modify, and that's any federal or state law. There's things that they ask you not to modify, which are best practices, and then there's agency-specific items that are within Lexipol. The beauty of Lexipol is it's as laws come out and as case decisions come out, it's automatically updating all the time. So you don't find that your policy manual's out of, it was written in 1985 and then it doesn't apply anymore, but you still have these old policies. So we feel very comfortable with the Lexipol policy that we have because it's the nationwide best practices, best standards that conforms to federal and state law. And that's the policy that we'd be asking you to approve for us to leave in use today.
Before we go to the board, if we can go to the public, please.
Members of the public who wish to speak, please provide a speaker card. Those on Zoom, please press star 9 on your phone or raise your hand on icon on your screen. Elia Salinas.
Thank you. Great report. I think they actually do have a Humvee. It says you don't have it, but I do believe that the sheriff drives a Humvee, so I think he probably should donate it to the county. Yeah. So this was really great, and the only thing that I did not see on there, and I don't know if it's regarding this via this policy, if you're able to obtain it for the sheriff's department, is a drone. I think that the sheriff's department needs a drone. I think maybe they need 2 drones. You have the San Benito County Fair coming up, and I think that would be a great time to start using it. It's more of a friendly atmosphere. They can use it during the horse saddle show, use it during the parade, just as an additional security. And I think it would be a great idea for the San Benito County Sheriff's Department to happen. So I would hope that it can fall in line with either the military equipment that's obtained or going off subject, maybe it's something that the supervisors can fund the Sheriff's Department. Thank you.
I can speak to that real quick. So I believe it's been approved through Homeland Security funding. Chris Mangano would be able to opine on this, but I believe that our office, the fire department, and the police department all put in a request for 1 drone for each agency and 1 training drone for each agency. And I believe that was approved through Homeland Security funding. That hasn't been encumbered yet, and we have not placed any order yet. But we would have to bring that then back to this board. If we acquire those, we would all be operating off of the same platform, all 3 agencies with trained pilots to be able to use these for any plethora of things that we would use them for. So it is in the works, and I appreciate the support from Ms. Salinas.
No public comment.
Okay, bringing it back to the board. Supervisor Tiffany.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I've got some questions first and maybe some comments leading to the question. First of all, let me just say that Sheriff Taylor, I totally trust the direction you're taking the department, and I think you have a great desire not only to keep the community safe, but also to have better open dialogue with the community and create a better interaction between the community that you're trying to protect and the sheriff department. With that being said, I guess the questions I have, because, and there's this process that has taken over years where you see more military weapons, vehicles. Some people call it the militarization of the police departments throughout the country. And given the national dialogue and what we've run into in some communities, obviously not here, the concern I have is that I want to make sure that we don't present to any people in the public the idea that suddenly we're the military, because obviously that's not what this is all about. So with that being said, under what circumstances are some of these weapons or vehicles used? Thankfully, knock on wood, I'm not aware of too many situations, if any, that some of these I could foresee us using, but there could be, we need to be prepared as well. But I'm curious as for what circumstances and what safeguards are going to be put in place so that just someone that's an overly excitable deputy, or what, you know what I mean?
I do.
Suddenly says, whoa, I'm going to be commando here, and grab, something that's, a sledgehammer for a, instead of a fly swatter. So you understand my question.
100%. So, not to get too far off into the weeds, but if anybody takes time to look at what happened in Ferguson, Missouri, that reaction from that community is because in that area of our country, the militarization of police had gone way out of whack. So it wasn't just the death of Mr. Brown at that time, it was a pent-up frustration from the community about how they were being policed. And I can tell you that in California, we've always been ahead of the curve, especially in Northern California, when it comes to those type of items. But to get to your question about when would we use these things, so we have actually deployed the MRAP one time since we acquired it. I drove it because nobody had been trained to drive it, and I figured that I wasn't going to put anybody in a situation, so I drove it myself. But we had a situation where a son shot his father and then barricaded himself in the house. So we took that MRAP there, which is a armored vehicle, to have a safe place to establish communication without fear of being shot. It wasn't used to breach anything or to drive over a house or anything like that. It was just a fortified position to be able to introduce dialogue. And we were able to take that man into custody without any incident of him being harmed. So that's the one time we have used it. Where I first, and I think the MRAP is going to be the elephant in the room, that big tank-looking thing that we have. That I've been, ever since we've had it, I've put it in parades. I've taken it to the fair. We've taken it to the public. We let people look at it. We answer questions about it. We try to squash, and actually we've had huge support in this community for that one vehicle. The Peacekeeper that we got from Bakersfield PD, it's an old technology. It's just hard to get rid of it because it is an armored vehicle that you could use someday for a rescue vehicle if we really needed to. So it's hard to let go of it because it came to us free of charge. The maintenance is very low. It just sits in our lot in case we were ever to need it. But it's super outdated. It's hard to drive. The MRAP is a very modern piece of equipment. It's easy to drive. It's just like driving any other vehicle. It's a very capable machine. What we would use it for, honestly, is rescue. We have deemed it to be a rescue vehicle. And I can go back to, if we would have had that in 2016 during the floods, we would have been able to go and do rescues instead of we got the best fire trucks we could get with water coming up and over the running boards to try to rescue people out of their homes, because there is no swift water or high water rescue vehicle in any of this part of California. And so that vehicle would have been used for that, for rescue. And the other thing that would be used for is any response to like maybe an active shooter or a school shooting. That's, you could look at San Bernardino, and that's what it was able to end their active shooter in San Bernardino were two of the MRAPs that are almost exactly like ours, because the officers were able to get in close proximity of someone with a high-powered long rifle that you wouldn't be able to do with any other vehicle. It's not for proactive, we don't take it to serve search warrants, we don't take it out to do anything else. It is strictly a responsive vehicle for rescue, and it would mostly likely be deployed during an active shooter situation if we were ever unfortunate to have that. We deploy our short-barreled rifles every day in the court. And the silencers and suppressors are deployed every day in the court. That doesn't mean that the deputies carry them around, but they are there. In that confined environment, the safest option that you have is a short-barreled rifle. And by having the suppressors on them, then it helps, really it's for the health and safety of the people that are around if they are ever discharged inside of a building or inside of a courtroom. But we don't deploy those on the street. It's just regular rifles that we have in our vehicles. The flashbangs we have, I can't think of a time that we've used it since I've been here, but it is in our inventory. If we were to do a high-risk entry, we would use flashbangs for that. It's the proper term is a light sound distraction device. They work very well. In my former agency, when we used to train, we would get in a circle and they would throw the flashbang right in the middle of the circle of all of us, and we'd have to look at it. and you'd be within a couple feet of it when it went off, just so we knew what it felt like and what it looked like. But so I don't know if that helps with all of the things we have. You know, launching tear gas has really fallen out of favor in the country, in the state of California. There's some agencies that prohibit it. My concern would be to ever limit our options if we ever needed something. And it's not something that we don't have civil unrest here for the, you know, we just don't, but we are called to go other places and help with that. So it's nice that we have some training and ability to be able to use that. But, you know, whenever a new piece of technology comes out, I've been a taser trainer for a number of years, and as soon as tasers came out, the cops said, oh, can we get rid of our baton now? Can we get rid of our pepper spray? And you're just limiting your options at that point. So it's nice to keep your options available to you if you come across those situations, but we're not proactively going out and deploying these things.
Yeah, and I think that answers pretty much my question. So there are certain circumstances that these pieces of equipment are used for, and then other circumstances they're not used for, and there is some control over how and when they are used.
I think we've probably had this board approve the MRAP when we got it. I would say it was probably about 4 years ago that we got it. And outside of the fair of a parade, it's been driven to a call one time.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
No. Supervisor
Mr.
Cudmore,
Chair.
anything?
Yeah, so if a drone falls on my head at the county fair, I'm going to blame Elia Salinas. But in seriousness, I know you know this is all about balance. You can go too far one way or too far the other way, and it causes potentially tragic results. Too much militarization can cause tragic results, as you mentioned, and not having enough of these tools when that unique circumstance potentially comes about can be disastrous. And so I think there's always that continuous balance. You even mentioned the tear gas. I think that's something that you and this county should continually think about that. And I'm not an expert. I'm not claiming to be an expert. But you are the expert, and I trust that you will do what's right with all these things. But that's one of them that comes to mind. I'm not against having it, but I think it should be continually sort of analyze the need potentially for tear gas, the pros and cons. The one that jumped out to me was the one machine gun.
Yeah.
So I'm just wondering, is there a need for that? Is that something we can potentially look at disposing of at some point if there isn't a
So that
practical
machine
need?
gun is never deployed. It's used as a training tool. So if we get a new type of armor and we go out to the range and we want to test that armor against what it would stand up on a machine gun. So if you think about armor, the first time it's hit, it's great, and then each repetitive time it's hit, it weakens and weakens and weakens until it fails. So what we use those for is really just for a training tool at the range in a controlled environment to show that, hey, this is what, if you're, so maybe we take an old Dodge Charger and we put a dummy in it with a vest on, and then you expose it to however many bursts of our machine gun, and you can show the deputies, this is what's going to happen if you come up against someone with a machine gun. This is what you can expect to happen to the vehicle, to the glass, to the armor. But it's not something that's in our inventory to go out and ever use. It's not even certified for that. We wouldn't be able to deploy it in any enforcement action.
So it's very clear policy-wise that
Yeah,
that's an
it's-
absolute no-no.
Correct.
I just, that one, like I said.
It would never be deployed in the field, ever.
Okay, great. And then the long-range acoustic device, again, I'm not an expert here. The downside of it is what I read is that it can cause permanent hearing damage. Practical use, or potentially practical use for that, even in rare, extraordinary circumstance.
Yeah, so there are practical uses to it. We've never used it. We've had it, and it sat in a closet. It was given to us for free from the government. But really, the time that it would be used in a good way is for evacuations. So there's different ways you can use it. You can use it to broadcast over a large area of sound, or you can do what you're talking about and really drill down an audio signal to one person where it's uncomfortable for them. So I think one of the, I'm going to go out on a limb here. If any of my colleagues in the sheriff's world are watching, they're going to disagree with what I have to say right now. But There's a little bit of heartache over this assembly bill. Matter of fact, it was brought up before this presentation. Do we really even have to list out our inventory because we're giving out information that probably we shouldn't give out, but the law requires that? So it's difficult to start talking about how many bullets we have, how many guns we have when you're telling people what our capabilities are. But at the same time, one of the points of this assembly bill is that we have to come back annually and present to your board, this is how we've used it, this is why we used it, this is when we used it, do you want us to continue using it? So there is some oversight, which is actually pretty, as you all know, it's a little bit, me as an elected and you as elected, there's not a ton of oversight, but this does give you an amount of oversight over how we are using and deploying these things that we have in our inventory. And that's on an annual basis.
Great, thank you.
Supervisor Dirks?
Thank you for the report. I think some of the questions that I had have been answered, and I too was wondering if this puts us a little bit at risk with the general public knowing kind of where we're at with everything. So, but at the same time, I mean, there's, a balance to it all. I appreciate that we have to come back. I completely trust you. If there's another sheriff that's in charge, then that might be a different story for all of us up here. And so I do appreciate your leadership on this front as well. So thank you.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
I was going to say no comment, but since Supervisor Dirks had mentioned that if it were any other sheriff, I might have some reservations, your predecessor specifically. But for you, I don't have any. You came to us in such a way where you have proved yourself, not only to me, but I believe to my fellow supervisors, and you have done that to the public. And so I know you wouldn't do anything that would jeopardize a human life, the county, or put us in a position where liability was an issue. So I have no concerns whatsoever.
Thank you. I appreciate the sentiment of all of you, and I know we're going to get to the chairman here, but it's very humbling for you to say those type of things to me. I appreciate that. And I will I'll tell you that if it's ever something that I think is unnecessary, I would just be the first. I'm usually when I go to the sheriff's meeting, sometimes I'm not the popular guy in the room because I have a little bit different perspective on things, but I appreciate your confidence in me, and knowing that we're going to come back and talk about this annually, I think should be helpful.
Okay, my only comment is there is accountability, Sheriff. You're elected, so I appreciate everything you shared. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
So we're on to closed session.
Did you need a motion? I believe.
Yeah, I think we need a staff or the staff recommendation is for you to approve
Is there any-
our
Yeah,
policy.
there was no public comment, correct?
So, so we already did public comment.
yeah.
So if I can get a motion to
I'll move
approve.
to approve according to staff recommendation.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you
you,
all.
Sheriff.
Thank you.
There's two closed sessions. The first one is employee discipline dismissal release pursuant to Government Code 54957. No, I thought we're going to do that after closed session. Or are we doing consent now?
Yeah, closed session right now.
And then the second one is
So it's going to be a
conference-
working lunch to clarify, right?
Yeah,
So we're gonna
conference
do a
with
closed
legal
session.
counsel, initiation of litigation, one case.
Okay. Thank you. So CAO Espinoza, 30 minutes?
45 minutes.
45.
Okay. So what is that?
1:30.
It's 1:35.
Yeah, we can do one.
We'll be back at 1:35.
Why don't you
everybody.
open the public
comment.
comment, and then, if you don't mind.
If I can get a public comment on the closed session, Madam Clerk.
Members of the public who wish to speak, please provide a speaker card. Those on Zoom, please sign on your phone or raise your hand icon on your screen. No public comment.
Okay. We'll see everybody at 1:35. Thank you. Okay. So on to consent. Before we bring it to the board, if we can have the public weigh in on consent, Madam Clerk.
Members of the public who wish to speak, please provide a speaker card. Those on Zoom, please press *9 on your phone or raise your hand icon on your screen. No public comment.
Okay, bringing it back to the board. Would any of the board would like to pull an item? Seeing none?
2.9. Sorry, just 2.9. I know, right? Or speak now or forever hold your peace.
Too late, B, too late.
And it's really just for an explanation. It's not an objection to Henny's appointment. It's more of the CCCC, the 3 Cs question, that's all.
And I'll do 2.5, just a quick clarification question.
Okay, Supervisor Konzbicki, 2.5. And Supervisor Gonzalez, Henny's item, which item is that?
That was 2.9.
2.9. Okay, can I get a motion to approve all except for 2.5 and 2.9?
Also move.
I'll second that.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. 5-0. 2.5, Supervisor Konzbicki.
Yeah, the only question I have is, there's obviously, it goes without saying, there's endless legislation out there at the state and federal level. So I'm just wondering where this particular item came from. I guess, where did it originate? Was it suggested by a legislator or?
This is, I believe,
a Buy American Food.
Senator
I'm not saying I'm
Caballero.
against it. Oh, this is Caballero. Okay, so they just asked that we endorse it.
They did.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I didn't see that in there.
Good afternoon, Board Supervisors. This was a request coming from Ana Caballero's office. And it's essentially, it's for SB 490, and that would strengthen Buy America provisions for public institutions to ensure food safety, protect good jobs, and support the state's vibrant agriculture and food processing. So it's a letter of support.
Okay, it's a local legislator. That was all I needed. Thank you.
Can I get a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, item 2.9, Supervisor Gonzalez.
Yes, the reason I had this one pulled, and again, no objection, Henny, whatsoever to you sitting in there, because I know that would be where she would be your replacement, or your alternate, right? Okay.
That is correct, yeah.
Okay. My question was that there were a few posts on Facebook regarding the CCC fee of $85 on the PG&E bill, and again, I don't have a big understanding of what the 3 Cs does, but I thought that was providing services for PG&E to residents in lieu of PG&E, not a PG&E bill plus the 3 Cs. So is my understanding incorrect?
CAO Espinoza or Supervisor Konzbicki, he sat on CCE board.
Yeah, Supervisor Kosmicki is actually on the policy board. I'm on the operations board. I will say that in the last few meetings that we've had, that the rates have skyrocketed. Yes. We've been discussing that. There's been a lot of issues. Without seeing the bill, it's hard for me to answer that question. I mean, but I'll take that back to 3CE. If you can maybe provide me something, maybe with removing the names or something. Yes. Yeah, just maybe if I can get that so I can.
$85, I think, is a relative cost. It depends on the person. If I'm not mistaken, it's basically the power that you're purchasing through 3CE because they provide renewable energy as the source, right? They purchase credits or something to that effect, power, and then it gets aggregated. And I think there was a law that actually put that basically required that every municipality adopt it, and then the individuals have the right to opt out, but they have to opt out in order.
Yeah, that's true. Correct. But I think with regards to this specific item, I do know the rates and the actual cost have been escalating. I do know that there's They're also working on measures to reduce our carbon footprint and actually working on large projects. But some of those projects have been falling by the wayside, and there's been a lot of attorney fees and other costs that are actually costing 3CE, because what's happening is they've gotten into contract with these folks with a lot, multi-million-dollar contracts, 99 million, 135 million. I mean, there's a lot of contracts that they're working on to reach the carbon footprint at a certain date. And what's happening is with with everything happening right now, COVID and the ability to manufacture products, excuse me, the problem is they're not able to meet that number that we negotiated. That's the biggest issue right now.
So is there a possibility that the rate is then falling on the backs of the PG&E users? Is that what's happening? The consumers?
Well, and I think it's a combination of both. I think the rates for PG&E, they're in line with PG&E rates, so those are increasing, those costs, but there's also a cost to reduce our carbon footprint as well within our community. And I don't know if you want to elaborate further on that.
I can, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I mean, energy costs are skyrocketing. That's just, unfortunately, that's the bottom line. And what we've been told at the board level consistently is that 3C's rates are essentially in line with PG&E, and that's actually a little bit lower than PG&E.
Yeah.
For whatever reasons, corporate structure or whatnot. But yeah, no, I think I could tell you, me personally, our family has been hit really hard by this. Suddenly these energy bills are just like astounding, in the hundreds of dollars some months, and we have 4.5 people. So I guess a baby counts as a half.
I was gonna.
But yeah, no, I think unfortunately, it's just the reality of, inflation.
Can residents still opt out, or have they lost that opportunity?
To opt out of
the 3Cs?
You can opt out of PG&E. You can opt back into PG&E.
Yep.
3C.
The 3Cs.
Yeah, you can opt out of 3CE to go back to PG&E.
You
can
go back
do
to
that.
PG&E, but I warn you, you might not be happier with PG&E.
But the option is there for those individuals.
Yes,
if they want.
absolutely. Yes.
Okay. And I haven't seen the bill other than it was posted on Facebook, and then there was some dialogue back and forth. And I knew that Henny, where's she at? She's not in the room. But sorry that I said, okay, I gotta just to ask this question.
Yeah.
Since it's pertinent to the 3Cs.
But I can tell you that the reinvestment in programs has been very, it's something that's been a focus of the 3CE board.
Mm-hmm.
And so, my big thing is, if we're gonna set aside all this money, we should certainly be using it on programs that are beneficial to our residents. And so, as the representative for our county, I've just been pushing for, okay, if we are going to set aside an amount of money for programs, I need to make sure that San Benito County residents are aware of that and have the ability to take advantage of those programs. And I know certain electrification, and Ray certainly is in on all these conversations, but there's certain programs I think that could really benefit our county and our fleet maintenance and just things like that. So.
And not only our county, but also our residents. There's bicycle, battery operated bikes that you can actually purchase and get reimbursed through the 3CE, as well as the Air District. They have programs as well. So there's other programs that that our community residents can leverage for this. I would So I would also.
I will just say I do think that's another area where potentially public relations, and I'll do my best to make sure going forward that I get all that relevant information out of these 3CE meetings as far as the programs. Because if we're not getting the benefit out of the programs, we're really getting the short end of the stick at that point.
Yeah, I mean, my quick 2 cents is I sat on it for a brief moment. It was frustrating because you're one person representing San Benito County, and you have 9 other people or whatever that is that basically are always going to outvote you, right? Because whatever they want, whatever the majority wants, especially if you're part of a big city, you're going to have more representatives on that. It squeezes out the rural voice. So the dynamics of that Joint Powers Authority, I've questioned from the beginning, just because it doesn't equal representation.
Totally agree. Yeah,
and I've struggled with that a lot.
But I won't mean to go back and forth too much, but I have actually recommended that 3CE consider moving to a district election model as opposed to this model where you get 15 people on the board and, you know, I think it's 17 people on the board or something like that now. And you're exactly right. Just like any political entity, there's factions on this board. And I can tell you that I'm oftentimes on the minority end of the, you know, those debates that go on, and that you just can't really do anything about it, unfortunately.
They didn't like me too much either.
So, but I do know that we actually had a presentation at our facilities meeting related to 3C and a battery system being put
Yes.
possibly at the jail. So that item will probably be coming back to the board, but there are some potential benefits to our community for that, having the storage here in our community. So anyways, so, you know, we're working through some of those things.
Yeah, and I don't disagree with the intent of renewables, and obviously what's the potential being better for our environment. I just know, Supervisor Gonzalez, when it comes to right now, as I've been learning a lot, is when it comes to the baseload, which is basically the amount of energy to try to meet the demand. A big part of it right now is you know, there's clean energy or clean natural gas, but there's also nuclear and stuff, which the state is phasing out. So that reduction is going to increase. It's still going to be the same demand, right? Or especially as population increase, the demand's only going to increase. But that by default means is the demand is not meeting the production because of the shift, and that by default is going to increase costs for everybody, including PG&E, plus the regulatory environment that we live in California.
Yeah, I was kind of concerned too about Newsom's 2035 hitting that number for electric or hydrogen vehicle and getting off of, you know, fossil fuels. And I'm like, wow, that's a whole nother conversation.
Yeah.
But it is electricity and so forth, yeah.
It'll hurt minorities the most for sure. So
I will withdraw my any kind of negative comment I might have had, and I will move to approve the appointment of Henny Ring to serve as the alternative for the Operations Board on behalf of San Diego County of the Central Coast Community Energy 3CE Joint Exercise of Power Agreement, JPA.
Can I get a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
5-0. Thank you very much. Can I get a motion to adjourn?
So move.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 5-0. 2:18. Thank you, everybody.
Good time.